Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I'm Kanchan Verma. And today is Awesome Wednesday, and today we have a very profound musician, and she is Dr. Shambhavi Das. She is a great singer and a great teacher. So let's welcome her first. Hello, welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
I am good. Thank you so much for inviting me, Kanchanji.
All Wednesdays are awesome. And so today, what music trend we are discussing? Are we discussing something different?
Yes, as we know, Indian classical music is full of different topics and different cultures. So today we will discuss how you visualize music. That is, back during 17th century, there is something called Rag Mala paintings, and we will be discussing that today.
Well, great. And it is quite remarkable because how really we can demonstrate music in painting. So I'm really eager to hear what we will be starting and how these paintings are depicted.
Definitely. So during 16th and 17th century, maybe during medieval period of Indian culture and Indian music, what happened was there was a lot of arts, poetries, classical music. Like that day we discussed that these Mughal emperors were so much fond of music, art and poetries. So what they did was, see, music is all about creativity. So the art, poetry, literature, music, everything got entangled. So basically, Ragmala paintings are the amalgamation of art, poetry, culture, literature, philosophy, classical music. So, for example, if we discuss Amir Khusro, he was a poet. Now, obviously, he wrote the books also, but he was a poet as in just the poet. But there were certain musicians also. So what he did was he started putting the visualizations of his poetries and arts into the form of the paintings. So we have certain ragas, and in the latter episodes we discussed that there were five prime ragas which were made by Lord Shiva. So in Ragmala paintings, these five ragas, Bhairav, Megh, Shri, Deepak Rag, and Malkons, these are depicted depicted a lot in the form of so many. So visualizations can be perceptions. Like if I'm singing a rag, I'm getting a different perception. And similarly, the other poets, the art lovers, have different perceptions. So there are so the ragas were depicted in the form of the paintings, and it is also called rag dhyan paddhati. So rag mala is one term, राग ध्यान पद्धति. व्हाट इज राग ध्यान? कि राग को ध्यान में लाए, जो आया उसको पेंट कर दिया. So that is one form, and it's very interesting. Would you like me to show something in this?
Sure, I will be eager to really see what kind of these paintings are, because that's quite unique and I have not seen anything which when you are talking that perception and paintings are always perception, but then painting rag on any canvas or any other material which is paintable, I think that is awesome. Definitely, I would like to see what kind of painting these are.
So as of now, those paintings are not the unique one, because we find it in the form of Madhubani paintings. I think you might have watched. Just for example, here you can watch that there is something called, so clouds are there, and in that rainy season, obviously clouds, and you see the garjan, the thundering is also there. Okay. And all the ranis and all these gopis and all the ladies are dancing. So what do you get from this? Rag Megh. Okay, or Rag Megh Malhar. Now, Megh means Badal. So this is Rag Megh. Sa re ma pa ni sa sa ni pa ma re ni sa. So there are so many songs in this. गरजत बरसत भीजत आयो रे गरजत बरसत भीजत आई लो तुम्हारे मिलन को हमरे बिछड़े बलम बार सखी गरवा लगाए गरजत. So Garjan is also seen here. So this is a perception. This is Rag Mala painting of Rag Megh. Now, this is Rag Todi. Todi is a very minor rag, and you can see it's a day rag. So they have painted the day. And Hiran, that is the deers, normally they appear during the daytime. And this girl is actually feeding them. And they have come because of that. She was singing Rag Todi. Since it's a minor rag, so it's showing a little bit of peacefulness, gambhirta in this painting. So like people can perceive it the way they want. Obviously music and it's all about human mind and emotions. But this is this they might have perceived this, that it's a very dull मौसम, दिन है लेकिन डल है, और वो लड़की अकेले बैठी कुछ कुछ हिरन को, मतलब इट्स अ वेरी पीसफुल डे. ये राग बसंत है, बसंत भी बोल सकते हैं. कर्नाटक म्यूजिक में वी कॉल इट बसंता. Vasanta means Basant as in spring. You can see the blossoms, the flowers are actually dancing. And by Basant is such a beautiful rag that all the hirans, the deers are collected over there. If you see over here, it's greenery. Sa sa ga ma dha re sa ni dha ma ga sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. तो थोड़ा सा, so this is a cloud of blossom. So this way you can find so many ragas. Now if we speak, we have already spoke about Rag Bhairav. This is a morning rag day. So morning that depicts like this is very common Ragmala painting in Google. Every time when you will type Ragmala, so Bhairav you will get that Saraswati ji in the morning time, the lotuses are all in its peak, and Parvati ji is worshipping Lord Shiva, and it's a very serene kind of atmosphere, very, and a little bit of sun. It is just going to rise. A red sun is getting depicted in this. So these paintings are normally depicted, and especially the ancient ragas. One more thing is very important, that it's not only our Indian culture. There are different kinds. See, poets were there, poets and painters were there in all cultures. So Ragmala paintings are also Rajput Ragmala. That is ragas from Rajasthan, Rajput. Mughal Ragmala is also there. Afghani ragas, Mughals. So it's like Ret hai, all the deserted area is having some rag mala thing. So that culture is depicting that. Then Deccan Ragmala. So where we have a Carnatic music, Deccan area, Deccan Plateau. Then we have Pahadi Ragmala, that is up north. Deccan south. So Carnatic music also have the Ragmala systems. So basically the point is that visualizations were during the medieval period, it was all there. Now it has been come into normal paintings. You can call it worldly art. You can call it Madhubani art. So it's so as of now it's common in, but visualizations during that time, the ragas were so popular, Indian classical music, everybody knew them. So they depicted it into the paintings.
Well, to our viewers, I just want to inform that Dr. Shambhavi Das is quite experienced musician. And before I go further, I also want to mention that she had her own academy, Sudemi. So now, as you mentioned, Shambhavi, that there are different types of ragmala in different part of the world. So now when we are talking about this, so all ragmala paintings must be different from other ragmalas?
Yes, all the Ragmala paintings are very different. Even one rag has different Ragmala paintings. It's like you are experiencing rain. So rain monsoon season is the same for everyone. Everybody is experiencing that downpour. But if you will paint something, you will paint it your way. Your daughter will paint it your way. Your family member, everybody have their different, set of mind. So if I say that I have to paint a rain or I have to paint a dhoop, the sun, so I have a different outlook. So even for one rag, there are different ragmala paintings. And especially, like I said, those 5 prime ragas which were created by Lord Shiva, that was actually, those ragas have so many different rag dhyan paddhati. It's a rag dhyan paddhati. That's why they have converted it into rag dhyan, because dhyan is not the same for everyone. Perceptions are different. So they're all different rag. But one thing more, in schools also during medieval period, they used to make it, they introduce this to the students also, so that they have a very good memorization of the raga. For example, I showed that rag tori is a day rag. So now when you visualize it, you will understand, oh, this is a day rag. So now suppose I tell something, that this is I give you a painting, and that painting is depicting a daytime or night time. So you'll say, oh, so Yaman is a night raga or what? So I'll say yes. So Yaman is a night raga, it's an evening raga. So this is how they used to, so ragmala paintings were used for the memorization as and to increase the aesthetical manodharma of students. Because if just singing a rag, that is different thing, but singing and internalizing the rag, it's, you are manifesting the rag into a body, that is totally different thing. Okay, you have to anyways get some painting in your mind when you are meditating or manifesting a rag. So there were 2 things very important with rag mala paintings. First, rag dhyan, rag meditation. Secondly, memorization. Whatever you will see, the visuals are definitely important, because what we visualize, what we see is learned more, is memorized. Third is the aesthetical sense will, the rasa of that particular raga will improve in the students. So there they used to put it. Unfortunately, it's not now, because they started, the intellectuals felt that it's not a very logical thing.
Well, I think this is a very good cue for anybody who's learning rag, because that comes naturally. What I feel when you have a visualization of rag, and that is really awesome. Now, I would like to ask you, what is your how you combined this ragmala painting with your rag, and how which is the best raga you and painting ragmala you really feel and you enjoy watching and singing.
That's a good question. But see, I like so many ragas. So, anyways, when I like the ragas, I visualize them that way. And I actually paint them myself. Because, and I tell my students that if you really know the rag, you paint that rag, because when you sing, you'll get some emotions, you'll get some thoughts with it, and you paint, you just visualize them and paint it. Sometimes I make them write it down, what did you feel listening to the rag or singing to this rag. Now if they write it, they can paint it also, they can draw it. And as far as rag mala is concerned, I like I said, rag bhairavi and rag bhairav, because I can connect to it. Like when I say it's Rag Bhairav is very serene rag. Ta re ga ma pa da ni sa. So this rag connects me with the lotus, which is there in the Ragmala paintings. Uh, so all the atmosphere which is depicted in it, I can connect to it. It's all about your own connection. Then only you like that particular Ragmala painting. Secondly, I like one Ragmala painting, which is Gurjari Todi. And I like Madhuvanti. Madhuvanti is also a serene rag, and it gives you a feeling of separation, like a little bit of agony. But that's a good one. Agony doesn't mean that if a person is depressed. In fact, the other way around, it's a positive effect it will give. It will be a separation. It will be a little sadness, sad raga, the minor raga, but positive. It gives you a positive inclinations. It gives you a so it doesn't. It makes you feel high with that particular agony, that solace. So sadness, the other name can be just solace. Just you are just finding peace in that. You are just connecting to it, and since you are connecting, you are venting it out. You are venting yourself through that raga. After venting out, it's very positive. You are fine. You are you are connecting with yourself more. So that's why minor ragas are very, very important, even for the depression patients.
Well, before we end this beautiful and thought-provoking session, I would like to listen some good raga today and I think my viewers will also enjoy that.
Definitely. So I will start. Maybe I'll sing Rag Madhuvanti itself, because right now, Rag Mala Madhuvanti is in my head. Sa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa ni sa ga ma pa ma ga re sa re ni sa ni dha pa 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 ni sa re sa. काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, बहुत दिनन ते पिया घर आए, बहुत दिनन से पिया घर आए, माही मनाओ धीर धरो, माही मनाओ धीर धरो, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ, गंधमाल से अंग सजाओ, छंद ढंग से गाहरी जाओ, प्रीतम को फिर प्रीत करो, प्रीतम को प्रीत करो, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब, काहे मान करो सखीरी अब. thank you. So I hope you are getting some visualizations in you, and I would want the listeners, the viewers, to just understand your mind, just read your mind. What did you get from this raga? This is my one of the favorite ragas, Rag Madhuvanti.
Well, after this discussion and after your singing, I'm also getting motivated to learn music and maybe do some brushes on the canvas and see the visualization. As usual, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. And we'll be meeting again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today we are covering a segment of our Top Brass channel, which is called Spotlight. And I'm very honored and pleased to have Mr. Satya Madala in our show. Satya, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Thank you very much.
It is our honor, Satya, and in today's edition of Spotlight, we would like to focus on the SOTI Awards. As you know, your company has sponsored the Top Brass SOTI Awards, and there are many contestants who are making their videos. And your company has also given some sponsored subjects related to electric vehicle and other associated systems which your company produces. So in today's episode, we would like to give positive messages, give some tips to our contestants, and also encourage them to look at the EV revolution which is happening in India. So with this, I would like to take your opinion on that.
Yeah. CK, like just to, in today's actually government of Telangana took a broad decision. So to give some sort of subsidies who is manufacturing electrical vehicles. So we are much focused on this segment and on this sector to come up with the new ideas by young entrepreneurs and our contest also. So I would like to send a message to our new contests to research on EV ecosystem and how the electrical vehicles will run in the rural areas and urban areas, and the connection between tier 3 cities and rural areas. So I would like to invite people and entrepreneurs or contests to research on this subject and go ahead with their comments and with their research material. So this is what I want. Just you can ask the questions what kind of input they required, and I'm ready to give that input. So this is just for example, if they wanted to go with the EV charging stations, so we are working. We are internally work on technology and infrastructure. So they can ask questions on technology or infrastructure, whatever it is.
So Satya, actually 2 days back there was an announcement by Government of India that EV vehicle, EV vehicle has multiple components like a motor and a frame and a battery. So when any individual who wants to purchase an EV vehicle, he has to obviously go to the transport office to get the vehicle registered before he start applying that on the road. So the Government of India has announced that now anywhere in India, anyone who buys the EV vehicle, whether it is a bike or a 3-wheeler or a 4-wheeler, the battery cost will be excluded from that. And
Yeah.
viewers, as you know, the battery cost is almost 50 to 40 to 50% of the vehicle. So you
So,
can imagine that India as a country is sitting on such a big EV revolution which is waiting to happen. And the single point solution, which is our sponsor for the Top Brass Saudi Award, is really doing a pioneering work because they have multiple solutions which are available from them. They are the really A to Z provider of the electric vehicle solutions,
yeah.
technology, and also consulting services.
Yes.
So, uh, Satya, I think the key point is that we would like to have the contestants start realizing that the EV will come in a big way. And since your company is, taking a lead across India, uh, and you have also given some subjects, so it is apparent that you can inform the contestants that how they can do research on your products, your offerings, and EV ecosystem by and large. Do you have information available on your website, or do they need to call somebody in your company? So all this information, if you can provide, that will be very helpful.
Yeah, I understand, CK. So as we are manufacturers, what we are doing is, so we are manufactured battery operated vehicles and no battery operated vehicles. You see, like no battery means actually, we are excluding the battery price, and they can have a battery on a swapping basis. Say, for example, the vehicle will come with no battery, and the people actually they can buy the same vehicle, and just next to that store actually they can go and have a swap battery in it. And every day, the once the battery is charged, it goes up to 120 kilometers. So after that actually they can go and swap the battery again, instead of charging the battery in their house, or instead of having electricity charges more. So to utilize this sort of facility, so we are providing battery swapping slots also next to the showrooms. So we are offering the same to showrooms also. And when we are manufacturing a vehicle, actually even a small kid also they can swap the battery. Some sort of facility we are providing to swap the battery. So as you said, like government of India and government of state governments, they are providing some subsidies on each and every component, wherein we are utilizing the facilities, and we are transferring the same facilities to the EV users. This is one point. The second point, when it comes to research on EV, actually they can follow our websites. It's singlepointsoul.com. At the same time, smartevsolutions.com. So both places they can find a lot of information about EV ecosystem, wherein actually EV ecosystem consists of infrastructure, wherein actually we came into EV charging station manufacturing unit, and at the same time actually we are providing IT solutions for the same, and wherein actually infra companies directly they can come and take our technology, and just it's kind of a plug and play technology. So wherein actually we provide charging stations, and we provide IT solutions, and when it automatically comes to cloud, wherein the cloud can communicate with the mobile application. So this sort of information we are already provided in our websites, and we provided some sort of information on EV ecosystem, so people can go and visit it, and people can visit our websites and take the information, and they can do their research.
So this is a great information, Satya. In fact, many of our contestants are not from the IT background,
Okay.
could be from commerce background and all that. But the beauty of all this is the website of Single Point Solution is written in such a way that even a layman can understand what information they need. And
Yeah.
since contestants are making 15 minutes or 20 minutes video. I think there is enough information available on singlepointsolution.com
Yep.
to prepare, to plan, to strategize your video. So
Yes.
I think the contestants will have to do little bit of digging to make a script on the electric vehicle. But I think one thing is very clear, that with the government policies and how the corona has reshaped the world, the electric vehicle is going to play a major role. So
Yes.
with this, I think this is a tip for today, Satya. I think your company has given us 8 subjects. We will come back again on the spotlight to discuss about these subjects and provide tips, very important tips to the contestants, because the contestants are waiting for these tips from us.
Okay. Sure, CK. Sure.
So I will catch up with you, Satya, next time. Until then, bye bye.
Bye. Bye, CK.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. और आज हमारे बीच में बहुत ही स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं एंड आई एम वेरी प्रिविलेज्ड टू हैव हिम टुडे ऑन द शो. और मैं आपको बताऊं इनके बारे में, ये फिल्मों से जुड़े हुए हैं, इंडियन फिल्मों से, और टेलीविजन की दुनिया में तो ये छाए हुए हैं अच्छी तरह से. और आपको ये भी बताऊं, आपको थोड़ा सा हिंट देती हूँ कि वो तथाचारी का रोल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा में. और आपने बिल्कुल सही गेस किया, जी हाँ, पंकज बेदी. पंकज जी, आपका बहुत स्वागत है हमारे इस शो में.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू. नमस्कार.
हाँ पंकज जी, ये बताइए, अब जैसे अभी लॉकडाउन चल रहा है और उस तरह का कैमरा एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए आपकी तरफ क्या एक्शन हो रहा है?
देखिए, बेसिकली मैं वर्कहोलिक इंसान हूँ. मैं मुझे काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मैं अभी जब ये लॉकडाउन नहीं था तो डेली शूटिंग पर जाता था, कैमरे का सामना करते थे, बहुत वो एम्बियंस, वो माहौल होता था. आई एम मिसिंग दैट. बट अब लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मैं पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, पूरे डिसिप्लिन के साथ. जिस तरीके से हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, ठीक वैसे ही मैं लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ. और मेरे ख्याल से सभी को वैसे ही पालन करना भी चाहिए.
आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आया है. पहले लोग एक दूसरे से मिलते थे, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में और आपकी नेबरहुड में किस तरह से लोगों ने इस बदलते माहौल को लिया है, वो क्या सोचते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मिलना जुलना तो हो नहीं रहा, लेकिन खुशी की बात यह है कि लोगों ने बहुत पॉजिटिव तरीके से इस लॉकडाउन को लिया है और हर तरीके से इसका पालन कर रहे हैं. लोग अपने घरों में हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं, और जैसे जैसे सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है, वैसे वैसे ही लॉकडाउन का पालन किया जा रहा है. लेकिन थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि कुछ लोग, नेगेटिव बात यह है कि सम पीपल आर नॉट ओबेइंग दिस ऑर्डर जो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है. तो जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, आप सुनते भी हैं, न्यूज में भी चल रहा है कि पीपल आर गोइंग टू मस्जिद और बाहर जा रहे हैं, लोग ग्रुप्स में भी मिल रहे हैं. दिस इज नॉट गुड, दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल गुड. ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सब से कि ये उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए सोसाइटी के लिए एंड फॉर द कंट्री इज नॉट गुड, इट्स नॉट गुड। प्लीज प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए।
आप जैसे लॉकडाउन खत्म होता है एंड देयर विल बी न्यू चेंजेस व्हिच आर अकरिंग एंड व्हिच आर हैपनिंग, लोगों की सोच भी बदल रही है, तो आप क्या
जी।
सोचते हैं कि आगे अगर सपोज लॉकडाउन खत्म हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट कैसे मेजर्स लेगी ताकि हमारी लाइफ दोबारा से एक पटरी पे आए, एक खुशहाल जिंदगी आगे बढ़े?
जी, देखिए ऐसा है कि अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने जो भी स्टेप्स लिए हैं बहुत अच्छे लिए हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन लिए हैं, और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आगे भी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेगी। और हाँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी उस तरीके से सेट नहीं है, गड़बड़ाई हुई है। अब हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखिए, हम लोग सारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का काम रुका हुआ है, और हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में डेली वेजेस पे काम करने वाले बहुत होते हैं। अब वो बेचारे, उन लोगों की रोजी रोटी सब रुकी हुई है। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि हमें सबको मिलजुल कर सबसे पहले तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम आई है, इस प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करना है। उसके बाद हम सब मिलजुल कर, सरकार के साथ मिलजुल कर, ये जो चीज़ें होंगी इसको भी सेट कर लेंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी फिर से आगे बढ़ेगी, बहुत अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेगी, और सरकार बहुत अच्छे कदम लेगी, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। और हमें मुझे लगता है कि हमें स्वयं भी सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल होना चाहिए इस मामले में, और लोग अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में।
तो पंकज जी, आप ये बताइए, जब लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा तो पहले दिन आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, कंचन जी, आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया है। लॉकडाउन, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ अपने दोस्तों को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को, अपनों को, जिनसे मैं बहुत दूर हूँ। मैं उनसे अवश्य मिलूंगा, और उसके पश्चात मैं सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ हमारा स्टूडियो है, जहाँ हम तेनालीरामा की शूटिंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत से डॉग्स हैं, जो स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत से हैं, स्टूडियो में बहुत से हैं, और उनके छोटे छोटे पपीज भी हैं, जिनको मैं भी बहुत उनको खिलाता था, लेके जाता था। अब मुझे पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो उनको कौन खिला रहा है, कैसे खिला रहा है। मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया।
इमोशन की बात ही है।
मैं उनके पास जाऊँ।
अच्छा, नहीं, very good. It's a big applaud for you for this kind of emotion and this kind of gesture, because animal need help, and especially
Yes.
at this point of time. तो आगे बढ़ते हैं पंकज जी। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि आप जो सीरियल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा, उसमें आपके रोल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए। आप किस तरह से आपने अपने आप को प्रिपेयर किया है इस रोल के लिए इनिशियली? और
देखिए कंचन जी, ये जो रोल है, दिस इज ए लाइफ टाइम रोल फॉर एनीबडी। किसी भी एक्टर की जिंदगी में इस तरह का रोल आएगा तो वो बहुत खुश महसूस करेगा, जैसा कि मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ। इसे कंप्लीट रोल, इसे कंप्लीट कैरेक्टर। हमारे नाट्य शास्त्र में 9 रस हैं। इस चरित्र में जो तथाचार्य का कैरेक्टर है, उसमें 9 के 9 रस हैं, और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी पीपल आर एंजॉयिंग दिस कैरेक्टर, और मुझे इतना आनंद आ रहा है। एक यादगार कैरेक्टर बन चुका है। आज हमारे तकरीबन 725 एपिसोड्स हो चुके हैं, और अभी तो लॉकडाउन की वजह से शूटिंग रुकी हुई है, और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा शूटिंग आगे बढ़ेगी, और फिर से वही तथाचार्य की जो मौज मस्ती है और वो तथाचार्य की जो हरकतें हैं वो चालू हो जाएंगी।
हाँ, जो जोश है। हाँ, एक्चुअली बहुत ही पॉपुलर है, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा सीरियल लगता है। मैं टाइम निकाल के कुछ सीरियल्स हैं जो देखती हूँ, उनमें से ये तेनालीरामा भी एक है। तो बहुत ही अच्छा लगा पंकज जी आपसे बात करके, और हम मिलेंगे किसी और सब्जेक्ट पे बात करने के लिए। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच, we are very thankful to have you on our show.
Thank you very much. मेरी एक विनती है, प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए, अपने घरों में रहिए, और सेफ रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए, मस्त रहिए। गॉड ब्लेस यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to touch upon a business subject. And the subject is like this: when we set up our company, we actually spend a lot of our own efforts and revenue in building the company, building the product line, building the team, etc., and do not focus too much on the sales and marketing setup, which is basically the prime cause why we started the company in the first place. If there is no sales and marketing, there will be no revenue, there'll be no business, there'll be no company. But 90% of these chief executives do not focus on building this right from day one. And that becomes a second step for the chief executives. To discuss this aspect further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it's an interesting subject in many respects because when you're first starting in a company, you're an entrepreneur. You're thinking of something that may be different to anybody else doing it. And if it's not different from anybody else, it's doing something better than somebody else. So, for instance, we see lots of people create an online shop and they sell lots of things. And some people do it better than others. Why is that? Why is it that some people do it better than others? Because that's the fundamental question we need to be asking here. And it's primarily because they have a sales and marketing hat. So shall we explain what this sales and marketing hat is? Because it's really fundamental to the whole reason why you're in business. It's actually putting yourself out there as a customer and looking at your company, your products, your services as a customer would look at them. Because that's what good sales and marketing people do. They go and solve a problem for somebody else. If they don't know what the problem is, they don't know what they're solving. So what we need to be doing is asking the simple question, am I solving a problem? If so, what problem is it? Now, there's nothing difficult in that, is there, CK?
Well, it's not difficult, but from my own experience, I feel that almost 60 to 70% of the chief executive do not even know the difference between what is sales and what is marketing. And they put everything in one bucket. And since they are not very comfortable with this, and it's sort of a taboo among some of the people, they tend not to focus on it. And they spend all of their revenue, all of their savings and time and effort or building a product, building a company, building a team without the knowledge of how they are going to sell it once the product is ready, once the services is ready. They don't really focus on it. And there is other side of few characters who then also say that, I will engage with somebody and I will just pay him 2% and he will bring orders to me. So I think there are these two kinds of people which are in always in dilemma in their mind, not having very good clarity between sales and marketing and why they are in business in the first place. I think that is what I expect you to clarify to the viewers today.
When you were mentioning about they'll find salespeople or commission-based people so they can sell it for them, I reflected immediately on about 20 inquiries on LinkedIn that asked me to connect over the last week. And each one of those inquiries is trying to sell something to me. And when they realize that I'm not interested in what they have to sell, and I'm very polite, I don't normally dismiss them out of hand. I will say I'm really not interested in that, but there are lots of people that would be. Immediately they turn around and said, well, if you refer us, they'll give you, we give you a commission. And this is an automatic response, and it's the automatic response of a lot of people that really don't understand about relationships. Because if I've got a really good relationship with you, CK, anything you do out there, I'll send it to other people. I'll say, I really think you should be looking at this arena. I really think you should be taking this into consideration. In other words, focusing other people on what you have. That doesn't mean that I want a payment for it. In fact, it means the opposite. It means I want people to take action on some of the advice I'm giving, because in some respects, they know me, they're following me, they have a relationship with me. And if I'm trying to impart some friendly advice and just saying, look at this over here, I think that's really going to help you. Or have you thought of this? This might help you. Just trying to nudge them into thinking for themselves. I mean, that's my day job, frankly. Some people call me the CEO nudger, because I do try and nudge people to just think for themselves. I mean, of course I have an opinion. Not just opinion about what I do, but about what you do. But unless you really want it, or you want me to coach you or mentor you about it, I'm not going to give it. I'll just give you, my thoughts on a subject. And I think this is where a lot of people need to start to be a little bit more focused about what they're doing. Why are they doing it? You have some great products and services, but if your audience isn't listening and not buying, then you've got the message wrong. So now what we need to do is work out what the message is. And there's a really simple way how we can work out what that message is. I'm going to put you on the spot, CK. All right? The simplest way of finding out if your message is right. What would you do?
Well, I think the simplest way is talk to 10 of my closest friends.
There you go. There you go. Ask somebody. It's really simple, and it's the entrepreneur's delight, because as soon as you realize that all you've got to do is ask, and ask in an open and honest way, I really want your help. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Or if this came to you, what would you think? And your friends, as you said, you go to your 10 of your closest friends, because your friends, hopefully, will tell you the truth. They won't tell you what you want to hear. If they're telling you what you want to hear, go back to them and say, you're not really being friendly. You're just making me feel good. Frankly, make me feel uncomfortable. Be honest with me. And a lot of people just can't do that, and they can't ask the question, and they can't take the feedback. And it's all about asking the question, having that relationship, asking the question. Let me give you an example. A really good friend of mine is trying to promote a new website out there. It's a really important website for everybody, absolutely everybody. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it would be important for everybody to take into consideration. The background for the website is black. And I mean pitch black. And it's got white words on it. And it's got very, let's say, coding type style. So, for instance, if you were to write down protocol in a coding type style, you would look at some hieroglyphics, which you would work out to mean protocol. It would say protocol, but it's not using the letters, protocol, okay? And therefore, it makes it difficult, and it's hard work. And that feedback has been given, and there's been no action. They've just kept with it. And the interesting thing is, it's feedback from several thousand people, but they've taken no action. So if you want feedback and take feedback, then take action. Now, they may have 400,000 or 500,000 people signing up with absolutely no problem. I don't know that, okay? But I do know the feedback from several thousand people are saying, it's black. Why am I interested? It's not exciting. It doesn't reach out to me and grab me. And the words that they're using, well, I can understand what the letters are, but English isn't my first language. English is my second language. And I'm struggling with what these hieroglyphics are. So that is really the essence. It's finding out who your audience is and giving them what they want. Now, that can't be too difficult, can it?
Well, people don't have that mindset, because I will tell you exactly, if maybe it is very peculiar here in this part of the world, where I see most of the techies are taking a leap into an entrepreneur journey. And since they are techie from the point they started their career, they don't know what to do about making a positioning, making an elevator page, making a CRM, making a client list, etc. So they don't even bother about it. And once they are in their journey of about 6 to 7 months, then they start thinking about sales, and starting finding who could be probably buying their services. But by the time they have already sunk in $1 million in their business, they have no money to hire a smart salesperson who can drive that strategy, and they're already late. So I see this quite often, at least in this market. But I also know for sure that it must be a global phenomenon. People don't have that mindset to basically start becoming salesy in nature rather than techie in nature.
No, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we do need a lot of technical solutions. I mean, I've seen some really good software solutions, or SaaS, as we might call it, software as a service solution. But they don't know how to market it. They're so close to it. They say, oh, you really should be doing this. Why? It's not good enough, because I don't know you, to tell me you really should be doing this. And it's no good enough because I'm the sort of person that might be listening and asking you the question, well, why should I be listening? Why should I be doing this? And a lot of that is nudging. It's nudging back. And it's actually trying to get people to think with their next conversation. And we see this on LinkedIn all the time. I saw your profile and we've got lots of connections. Well, I've got something like 12,000 connections. I mean, do I know them all? Do I know all the ones that you're telling me that I'm supposed to know? And they're reading into this that they know them all. And then when you ask the question, well, do you know all yours? And the answer is, well, I only know the people I sell to. Which is quite crazy. Well, you may as well just take all the rest off the list, because if they're not interesting, at one point, they'll have a relationship. And it's going back to this word relationship. We forget sales and marketing up front as entrepreneurs, but we shouldn't forget it, because ultimately the business is only going to be in existence if you have something called turnover, and there's a number by the side of it. So if you think of your profit and loss statement, or if you can't think that far, think about income and expenditure, 2 columns. Okay. And on the income side, it has to be sale. Sale, 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 sale. And it's just got 1 column, and each row says a sale, a sale, a sale, a sale. And your expenditure side, well, there's lots of rows, lots of different rows. Pamphlets, flyers, printing, business cards, meetings, telephone calls, broadband, flights, travel, entertainment. There's lots of lines on the expenditure side, but there's only one on the income side, called sales. And we just need to focus on that word sale. Why will people buy from me if I have a Me Too product? And that's not a problem, actually. We suggest not have a Me Too product, but you differentiate yourself by saying, well, you might buy it from over here, but this is what we do. And focus on what you do. Why would someone come to you? What are your customers saying about you? As in TripAdvisor, and you and I have this conversation from time to time, as in TripAdvisor, a lot of people leave a comment about a great hotel, we'll be going back next year, already booked. And other people will say, the food was horrible, the service was worse, I'll never go back in a month of Sundays. You know, everyone has an opinion. You've just got to be smart enough to ask your customers, what's your opinion? And honest enough to take the feedback that they're giving you. And remember, people typically will be honest with you if you don't know them, because there's no comeback. You know, all they are is an avatar on a screen, typically, or on the back end of an email, or on a Twitter survey, or on an Instagram. You know, this was the dinner last night. This is what our residents said about it. It is so easy to put yourself out there and get feedback. So why don't we do it? That's the thing today. Get out there, start selling to people that you've never, ever heard of before. Get their feedback. If you like this, would you say something about it? Try this for free. You know, our TV is inundated with all these new mattresses that are coming out. You know, it's so good. We give you a 6-month money back offer. How are you confident enough in your business to do that? I'm not saying you should do it, but have you got the confidence to say it?
Well, I think for doing all of these different techniques, and there are different thousands other techniques also to build your brand presence, I think it's a specialized skills. And if you don't have it, in fact, one of my boss used to say that I know for sure, you know, I'm not very good in sales and marketing, but I can hire the best sales and marketing person. And you know, that kind of clarity that person had, and he built a very good global world-class company, sold it off to another world-class company, and so on, and he moved on. He made a lot of money, and he always had his eye on the revenue, even though he was not a very smart salesperson, but he had best salesperson hired for that company. So I think the clarity as a chief executive should be there, that you know, rather motivation. I think from your narration, I'm getting this feeling that, you know, people should be motivated to do sales, and if they are not motivated, they should hire someone to do that for them, do all these activities for them. So if there is a discount coupons to be launched, you need a specialized team to do that. It's not something that you say from your mouth and some 10 people will listen and then buy the discount. It has to be, there is a process. So the process needs to be followed. And that is why, you know, I see most of the salespeople not being hired by these startup companies. And because of that, I compare startups with coffee shops. You know, the coffee shop fail in their first year of their starting, similar to any startup. They fail within first year of their starting. So because they don't focus on, you know, how to make revenue. They focus on, hey, this is a very good product, and I'm going to make this product, millions will download it, and after a couple of years, Microsoft will come and acquire me. It's just a dream, you know, which maybe people will have a lot of good products, but unless you make noise in the market, nobody will know that the same product is there. And at the same time, you're not unique. There are 7 billion people on earth. While you start developing that product, there'll be someone in Croatia. There could be someone in Greece. There could be someone in UK working on the same plan. So by the time you're ready, there could be somebody who's already doing sales and marketing. He's already building his backbone to launch his company, and he's already taken a leap. So first mover advantage will be given to the person who's already got 100 clients. So I think it's like that, Neville. And I really appreciate you coming and telling us about motivation. I think the people should be motivated to do sales and marketing, especially when they are launching their companies.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing here is without an income, you have no company. Anyone can give things away for nothing. No, I'm at a point in my life where I give lots of things away because I don't need the income. I'm not even looking for an income stream. I want you to be successful. I want you to think about where you're going with your organization. And that's the key. No income, no company. It's as fundamental as that. Even a charity, no income, no company. Even if the income is coming from donations, it's still an income. It's still a donation. Why are people giving it to you? And that's the key. And you're absolutely right, CK. I know very few entrepreneurs that are very good at selling. Unless they're actually in selling, they're not very good at selling. They're very good at telling a story, which is good enough in some respects to get some sales. But the real companies, and you mentioned the coffee shop, okay? The coffee shop is all about footfall. It's all about where you are in your marketplace, the physical location of the coffee shop. We have seen during the pandemic where although coffee shops can't sell for people to sit down, there is a takeaway service and there's also a delivery service. And some really smart people have turned into that delivery service because people are now, some people are frightened to go out, even those that go into offices. They would much rather someone deliver lunch to them than they would go out and choose which lunch to go and buy. Two things. The number of choices have been reduced considerably because there aren't that many shops that open. But more importantly, people are scared to literally go past the front door. So those companies that have been really successful have focused on their customer. What does the customer want? What's the customer feeling? Well, the customer's feeling pretty much like I'm feeling at the moment. We're in lockdown. You know, can I go to the shops? No. Where can I get my stuff? Online. This is not rocket science. So those that have developed an online service, so it's not like an online product in an online service, have been the ones that have really won in this situation. It's not the bricks and mortar that's won. It's the thought processes of the individuals living in the bricks and mortar that have won. It's the real entrepreneurs that are out there, the ones that are thinking about their customer. And that's the message for today, really. Just turn your motivation away from being about me and about being about your company. What's important for your company are customers. What are they thinking? What do they want? Why do they want it? How do they want it? When do they want it? How often do they want it? And then you'll start to think about all those questions that are going through your customer's mind. You know, we deliver within an hour. That's a pretty good phrase, isn't it? And if you're on the high street and you say, if you're in a 1 mile radius, we deliver within the hour. And why can you say that? Well, you can walk to this other company and back within an hour. You know, even short paces, it's a 40-minute return. You can do 20 miles, you can do 1 mile in about 20 minutes. And not only that, it's quite healthy. You know, and when you're going and making that delivery, you know, have a big placard with you on the side. You know, we deliver locally. Have pamphlets with you where you're handing it out to people along the way. We deliver locally. And believe you me, these are not thoughts coming out of my head. This is what I've seen people do. Now that's true entrepreneurship. That's thinking about your business, making a difference. So today, it's about motivating yourself to get your business moving. and just thinking like a customer.
Absolutely, Neville. These are very powerful advices that you have given us, and I think more and more chief executive must think about sales and marketing, building their business from ground up. And I think they should start their sales and marketing engine even before they start investing money in building their services. That is very important. That's the message I get. And with this message, I will close the discussion today with a request from all the chief executives to get motivated towards sales and marketing. So thank you so much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
My pleasure, CK. Have fun, everybody. It's only Monday.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and our section today is Likeable Leader, and we have a very eminent personality joining us from India. Her name is Aditi Palit. She is a very well-known leader, expert in the area of learning and development. So she will actually tell us about her journey as a leader. So without further ado, let me welcome her. So welcome to the show, Aditi. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much. I'm doing fine and hope you're doing fine too.
It is a pleasure to talk to you, Aditi. In fact, a lot of our viewers would like to know how you became a leader as you are today. And would you like to tell our viewers about your journey as a leader? What made you Aditi Palit of today? What is your experience? So we would like to know from you about those.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to go back way behind during my school days. I've always been a leader. I was a front ranker at academics. I took part in athletics, drama, quiz, whatever I did. I won the first prize by the grace of God. And that carried on my college. And then I decided that I would, become an HR professional. So I did my PGDM HR and I joined HCL, Hindustan Computers. There was a group of 50 contestants and I was selected by the HR from Delhi at HCL. So there I was, given the portfolio of regular HR functions. And among them, everybody told me that I was a born trainer. In those times, it was just called a training, trainer. Now it's become coach and, facilitator, etc. Now, after that, with the advance of time and marriage and childbirth, I had to, leave that regular job. And then I thought that why not start on my own when I had all the, credentials. And I wanted to give, my abilities to all the organizations instead of being limited to one. And therein I started my journey as an independent coach. Over the years, I have trained in almost all the leading corporates and MNCs in Kolkata, my city, in Pune, and up to Guwahati. And this has been a fascinating journey because I have always got a very good feedback, a highly satisfied feedback from my trainees because they feel that I'm really their friend, philosopher, and guide. And I would like to add that, even if I've trained them 10 years, 12 years back, they're still in touch with me.
Well, Aditi, in fact, most of us know you and because we might have crossed our paths, and you had such an illustrious journey, such a long career, and you have not only worked with people in Kolkata and the Northeast, but also rest of the India. And you might have seen so many changes happening in the industry. So what are these transitions, and does these transition help you shape up your journey also as a leader?
Actually, absolutely. See, when it's been a journey of 2 decades, more than 2 decades. So as I said, when I joined, it was just a very mechanical kind of imparting or executing the HR portfolio. But one thing good was that the human aspect was given the maximum importance. Now, through my journey, and especially during the pandemic, as we all know, technology is almost taking over. Now, from my point of view, I feel that, even if the apps and the softwares are taking precedence, but we must remember that they are being invented and run by human beings. So the human resource is and will always be the most important aspect of any organization. So I would love that to see where technology is taking a little bit of a backseat and the humane aspect is given that most importance by the leaders and managers.
Well, Aditi ji, you have already answered my next question, and that is about the changing scenarios. And as we actually work in the industry, the scenario keeps changing every 3 to 5 years. And you've already answered that, because you're talking about that the human touch is so important, and technology is just a facilitator. So I think that is the message which we have got today. What is the most important achievement of your life, which you feel very close to your heart, and you felt that this is something that I've achieved and this is the ultimate achievement for you as a leader? Would you like to share that today with our viewers?
At the cost of repeating myself, I would say that, I have really touched lives. It's been shown by the fact, as I said, my trainees are in touch with me. They, before the pandemic, they should, invite me for their marriages and for their, children's birthday parties. And also that I also do a lot of campus to corporate trainings. And, these joinees in the corporates, they say that, because of my constant support and motivation and even pushing them beyond their limit, that they have achieved, their heart's desire of being inducted into the best of the companies. So I would now the quote of saying that transforming lives, I have done it. I can proudly say that I have done it.
Aditi ji, from your point of view, what is the essential factor for shaping up of any leader today, or even after 20 years? What is the most essential factor for a leader from your point of view? We would like to know from you.
As this is what I've been doing before. I'm into leadership training, and the pandemic has thrown open this aspect is empathy. It really means that you understand that why a team member is not performing, as per your expectation. As a leader, and now that I'm grooming leaders, I would like to say it is the leader's failure to, to motivate, even, to understand the lacking of the employees, of their team members, if even single team member does not perform. So that should be the, and the pandemic has shown that, you are going to the, the lives. Now, the thin barrier between the, working hours and the recreational or personal lives hours have, almost thinned. So the leader has to constantly find out whether there has been a lot of mishaps, tragedies in the lives of the employees. Maybe that is happening. Maybe a team member is insecure about the technology that the manager is expecting him to adopt and follow. Virtual meetings, virtual, submitting of the targets. These are a big challenge to those who are not tech savvy. And I understand very well, because that's one area where I'm also a little weak. So the manager has to be totally empathetic and, not issue orders and then pull to task any employee. If he's not doing deliberately, that is different. But as a manager, you should be able to take all your team members to fulfill the ultimate target.
Well, I think there is a lot of human side of it. In fact, working in an offline manner, the CEOs are now getting exposed to the personal life of their employees and empathy. I think you mentioned these very powerful words, which is the human touch and empathy. So I think one question which is running in my mind is about how did you took the failure, because now you're training the leaders, you're training the trainers, you're training the go-getters, but in your personal life you have a journey as a leader. Did you had a failure in your life, and would you like to share what was the learning out of those failure, or one or two failure which is really which you can't forget? So something like that you would like to share?
Yes. I want to bring forward that, work-wise, I have been always very sincere. I've adopted to changes, etc. But my physical, well-being has always been compromised. I have a big health issue. I have survived from, a near fatal disease. At the point where my, post-graduation was completing, I wanted to go abroad for higher studies. I was given 72 hours to survive, right up to several, operations, right up to last year where I had COVID and I took sessions from the hospital bed. So it has pulled me, it has been trying to pull me back. Lesson that I have taught myself is, if I give in to failures, I am the one who suffers. The world will go on. Work will go on. There'll be other achievers. And if I sit and think that my luck is bad, then I'm going to be the loser. I always believe that it's inner motivation. You have to push yourself and be an eternal learner and be optimistic that as bad days are there, good days are sure to come also. You have to rise above failures.
Well, Aditi ji, hats off to you. I think you have summarized the very mood message for our viewers, that never give up and always learn from whatever stumbling block you get in your life and whatever failure. So failure is nothing but another milestone in your journey. So let's change gear back to the business. And that the businesses are actually dependent on the investor community, whatever business, even learning and development, education, or any R&D. What sort of role you see that going forward the investment companies should be playing to modify, to transform our industry? Do you have any opinion on this aspect?
Absolutely. I would tell, we have all seen that investment is being carried on. Those who have adjusted, those organizations, especially the startups who have survived them. Another aspect of a leader, especially during the pandemic, which has been thrown up, is resilience. resilience to face challenges and overcome, which I've done in my personal life also, that, they are showing that, to survive further, they need investments. Investments because the human resource, the human factor, employees have to be trained in the, in the new age, new normal working, be it remote, be it hybrid, going back to office, whatever, upskilling, the words we are hearing, upskilling, reskilling, cross-skilling, everything needs investment. And those who I'm sure the crowdfunding has come to the forefront. We have a lot of examples like Byju's, isn't it, Oyos, they're all led by the millennials, and they've shown that with investment, which is vital, businesses are on the brink of surviving and going forward with the help of investors. So I'm sure the investors who have invested are getting back, maybe slowly, their returns, and we're looking forward to 22 to things becoming better if the finances are being put into organizational function.
Well, I think we had a very interesting learning session. I think we got some 3 keywords from this discussion, which is very powerful words: human touch, and now you're talking about resilience. So never give up, resilience. I think these are the learning from discussing, this aspect about your life journey. And also, I think it's a good motivational thing that you have given us today. A good lesson to our viewers, and all of us can learn from this. It was pleasure talking to you, Aditi ji. Any last words, any last advices for the budding entrepreneurs or even the youngsters who want to start their career? Anything that you want to give them as a message?
I would say to the budding, those who are I'm a career growth strategist also. Look for a mentor to whom you are the greatest asset, and your success is their success, who does not look at this. I believe I'm still fighting that, training and development, coaching, facilitating is a one of passion, and it's less of business. It is, of course, business, but we should so look for a coach or mentor, get trained by those who have made a name for themselves, and for, businesses, things are going to look forward. We are getting good reports that India is doing quite well. If you look at the other third world countries, India is doing better economically, and we are all going to put our best foot forward, and we are going to spring back as the largest economy that is going to make a difference in the world scenario as far as business is concerned. I'm very hopeful, and we all have to keep this hope up.
Great, Aditi ji. I think there was a major learning after talking to you, and we will catch up next time, and we will learn more new things from you in the sessions to come. You take care of yourself, and we will catch up next week, same time.
And thank you so much, sir, that you have given me this opportunity to talk to, get my views across. Love to, yes. These are the verticals that I train on, coach on. They're immense, and they need a lot of discussions. I would encourage to get ideas from the millennials whom I train. I love to interact with them, and through your talk shows, interactions, I would love to get in touch with them. And thank you so much for this opportunity, wonderful opportunity.
So, viewers, it was a wonderful conversation. We learned about a leadership journey, and Aditi Palit will be joining us on a weekly basis, and she will be sharing her learning, her ideas about things that we need as CEOs, chief executives. So don't miss out those sessions. I will keep you posted, but I'll like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live. And today I want to analyze the news about Pakistan. Something very unexpected happened, and that is that IMF did not allow the Pakistani government to withdraw the money from their own domestic bank called State Bank of Pakistan. And this is so amazing. I mean, a government is not allowed to take the money from their own bank. And as we know that the Pakistan is already passing through a major fiasco in terms of finance, and why the IMF has taken this decision, even though Pakistani objected. In fact, Prime Minister Imran Khan himself said that it is his sovereign right to take money from the government-owned bank, but his plea or his words did not impress the IMF, and they have stick to the guns, and they have not allowed Pakistani government to withdraw the money from their State Bank of Pakistan. Now, the government wanted this money basically to run the Pakistan for the next year, and the government said that the amount of money they need to run the economy or to run the country is just 2% of the GDP. Even with this argument, the IMF did not allow them to withdraw the money. And why such a decision has been taken? Let's analyze this. So, in terms of the total population of Pakistan, it's almost like 200 plus millions, or about 250 million people. This is one of the fastest population growth countries. I mean, in the Southeast Asia, the population boom which is happening most, and that is in Pakistan. Now, considering the total economy of the Pakistan, it is equal to about $296 billion, which is okay. This is just a figure, how much is the net worth of Pakistan. However, if you look at the debt is basically the money which they have taken from others in order to run over the years, in order to run their country. And it is whooping $161 billion. So this is the amount of money they have to return to others, and also in certain cases with hefty interest rate. So you can imagine, while the economy size is to 96 billion, the debt is more than half of this amount. That means, you can imagine, how drastic situation would be and how much dearth of money the country must be facing. And they want to run the country, just to pay small bills here and there, maintain salaries for government employees. The government wanted to withdraw certain amount from State Bank of Pakistan, which was not allowed. And the other surprising fact is why such a decision has been taken by IMF is the debt is almost 98.7% of the GDP. So you can imagine the net worth of the country includes things like their forex accounts, etc., some deposits, etc. But if you remove all that aspects from the government, then the debt is 98.7% of the entire money that the country is making. So, I was watching on TV, and the Pakistani analysts were saying, yeah, we agree with you, but we are not able to. We agree that the government is not able to maintain that parity. But it is not question of parity. In fact, whatever you are earning is equal to your debt. So that is the kind of situation Pakistan is in, and because of that, the IMF has taken a decision not to allow Pakistan to withdraw money even from their own bank, own public sector bank. So how much Pakistan owes? They literally owe to everyone who has the capacity to give loans to countries. So they have 11.3 billion taken from Paris Club. They have 33.1 billion taken from multiple multilateral donors. The names are also given. These are in public domains. 7.4 billion from IMF. 120 billion against international bonds such as Eurobond and Sukuk. And China, they say it's their all-weather ally. They have also taken money from China which is 17.1 billion, and the China money which they owe to China is almost 6.15% of their GDP. And there are a lot of remaining debts on the government of Pakistan, which is originating from various loans within the country and also various private sector money they have taken from the private sector. So net, they are in a very deep situation. In fact, they have taken money from whoever can give them money to run the country. And that is why IMF has taken decision that, hey, you cannot take money from your own state bank anymore, because from where you're going to pay back? You already have such a huge debt on your shoulders. You need to pay it back, and now you're taking money from your own people. So this is the situation right now, and finally with the lot of showing off posturing by the government, saying that they are the elected government and they have the legislative power to withdraw money from their own banks, but it did not impress IMF by even single bit, and they have said that you cannot take money even from any of the public entity. You cannot take not even a single dollar from the coffers of the government. You need to find a way to generate that amount, and this leaves Pakistan only with one choice: to take the money now from the private bank, which is going to be again a problem, because private bank in Pakistan will have to give that money on some sort of interest, and because of that they are in a major soup. And if you look at the statements made by Imran Khan, he is sort of saying that this is going to be very tough, and I'm sure now with the current situation and IMF refusing to give any more leeway to the government and ensuring that they don't take money, because this money can be siphoned out in some other activity, not upliftment of people, etc. I mean, they have a lot of other expenses, like their army is so huge, they have to pay to the army, they are running terrorist outfits, they have to pay them, and they have other expenses which are not part of any sane government. So now what will happen? I think that is something that we need to keep in mind. In order to run the government, they have to now increase taxes. So that is the next step. Already the shine of Pakistani rupee has lost so much that it is now worth 176 to a dollar. So their economy is completely crashed. Their currency is completely crashed. And in order to run the country, the government has no money. They have been disallowed by IMF to take money from their own bank, even though it's on loan, because IMF do not see any future of the government returning the money which they owe to IMF. So they have not allowed that. At the same time, how they will run the country, how they will run the government. So now the next step would be to increase all kinds of taxes, income tax, sales tax, all kinds of taxes which are applicable in Pakistan. They will have to increase so that they can get money from the public to run the government. And this is going to create a very difficult situation for people. As it is, what I've heard is that the things are very expensive in Pakistan for common people. And now if the taxes are going to go up, the situation will be even dire for people of Pakistan. So friends, this is what is happening. I did not see much news about this, especially in the mainstream channel, but this is something which is right next door and happening. I'm sure there will be a major crisis now emerging in a country which is our neighbor, Pakistan. Do write in your comments, and if you have any other inputs on this news, let me know. I will respond to you. And today I'll say goodbye, only to catch you in the next one. Friends, we know that there is a port which is supported by India called Chabahar in the southeastern side of Iran, and that was there is an investment of almost 8 billion US dollars by India to develop this port. And this port is very relevant. In fact, it is a port which allows Indian trade links with Afghanistan. Now, as you know, that this was located in this area, and surprisingly, Iran has 90% population on the western side of the country, and there is very little people living inside the eastern side, and that is why this Chabahar port is located in the eastern side of the country. It is not having a lot of relevance for almost like 2 centuries in Iran. And however, the history of Chabahar is, is very rich. Chabahar was a port which was from ancient time was used for trade with India and also other Gulf countries. And if you look at the location of this Chabahar port, it is the port which is sort of a gateway into Gulf. So it is a very strategic location where Iran has a capability to, or has a option to trade with countries which are in the Indian Peninsula, like Sri Lanka, Mauritius, etc., and also in the Southeast Asian countries. So it's very close for Iran. It opens up a door for Iran to start trading with countries like in the southeastern side of things. And also, the Chabahar is very important for India because, as you know, that in the neighborhood of Chabahar, just 76 kilometers away, inside the Pakistani border, there is a port which was built by Pakistan in partnership with China. In fact, the entire port of Gwadar is owned by China, and China is developing a road network connecting Gwadar with their international road network, which is eventually leading to CPAC. So from the strategic point of view also, Chabahar, which is in Iran, is very important for India so that we can actually also establish a geopolitical strength in that area and also have control on the trade which is happening in the Gulf countries. At the same time, Chabahar has an ancient history of providing support to landlocked countries like Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. However, India wants to establish the trade route up to Russia using Chabahar, and that is why India invested 8 billion US dollars into this port. The port is very big actually. If you look at the port, it's a huge port. It's a very ancient port. It went into disarray in past 100 years, but the relevance of the port was realized and it was reinitiated in 80s during the Iran-Iraq war. However, the port is big, as I said. Only 10% of the port is being given to India, only one berth for developing it for Indian trade initiatives. And so this is something which is being looked after by India. India actually sent their produce, their raw material or their ready-made products into Afghanistan using this port. And directly there is a highway highway is already there, which supports goods being delivered on this port and goes up to Kabul. And from Kabul, it has the capability to travel all these goods into countries like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and also up to Russia. So I think this is an important asset for India. And now we have heard that and in fact, there are two things, important things have happened in past few days. One is that even though Pakistan got all the blame of what happened in Afghanistan and Taliban took over, but everything is not hunky-dory between Taliban and Pakistan government. And the second important aspect is that now the China has started feeling the heat of the global backlash. And over the weekend during an internal meeting in China, Xi Jinping said that it is not China's intention to do any land grabbing or any increase in area in South China Sea or with any neighborhood countries. They don't want any land. They don't want to assert any of these things. So I think it's very, very important that the global backlash has been realized within China, and the president of China himself is making these announcements. That means they're feeling the pressure because of the global backlash. So I think these are the changes that have happened in a geopolitical scenario. At the same time, Afghanistan Taliban government is facing a heat because they have to eventually run the government if they are not holding elections, and they still have to run the government. I mean, having acquired the power, they still need to take care of people. So what we've heard that the Afghanistan is having major issues with regard to running the economy, and they've recently started paying salaries to their government officers so that government officers can return to their desk in their office and run the administration. So I think the signs are very clear. They are interested in resuming trade ties with India, and they have shown interest of running the Chabahar or reinitiating the Chabahar port, because the trade ties are already there between Afghanistan and India. So all the mechanism to transfer supplies from Mumbai to Chabahar and eventually going all the way up to Kabul and beyond is already in place. So the Taliban government has shown interest that they want to reinitiate this whole process of providing supplies through Chabahar port. So people who are making this assumption that the Chabahar investment of India is lost is basically something which was sort of a premature thinking. India will not let go such a strategic port just to go in disarray. So I think this is something which has happened and is very, very important for India and also for the geopolitical situation in this area. Friends, this is something which I felt I will bring to you for your attention. Do let me know your comments about this subject, and I will meet you in the next one.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. Now today we will be discussing about Harshvardhan. In the last series we have done an overview of Harshvardhan, who is a great king of India. Now Harshvardhan got the administrative style from Guptas, but then he has touched a personal note in the administration by touring the kingdom, finding out what is going wrong, what is doing right. And to discuss more about his administration, I have a privilege to call upon Professor Binda Paranjpe, who is a professor of ancient India in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite Binda Paranjpe. Madam, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great and excited once again that I'll be with you today. And it's a wonderful opportunity that we are talking about a king who lived 1300 years ago, and still he inspires us and makes us feel proud of being Indian.
Yes, I think that is.
What would you like to know from me today?
Yeah, actually, I have been fascinating by many kings. India has too many. We have that that kind of knowledge, and we have that kind of impression of the great kings of India upon us. We are a new generation, but there are many young people may not be knowing about Harshvardhan. And as we have discussed about overview, what kind of king he was. Today, I would like to know the administration, how he handled his administration of his kingdom, and what is the impact of that particular era of administration in today's era, today's scene?
Okay, that's wonderful. To begin with, let's try to understand that India under Harshavardhan was a vast territory, right from the northwest frontier reaching up to the borders of Assam, and from the Nepal Tarai region to Saurashtra to banks of Narmada. So almost the entire of North India was under one political leadership. Now that is not very common in ancient times. So Harshavardhana's kingdom was a vast kingdom, a vast territory, and that needs to be really administered very efficiently, because the regional aspirations will always be there. So why all those kings who were under the umbrella of Harshavardhan will remain with him, remain faithful to him, unless he was a very benevolent king? Because otherwise they would have revolted against him. And no king, no emperor ever has kept many rulers under his control by brute force. It is not possible. It is only possible when the king extends very cordial, very friendly relations with the neighboring states, with the states which have come under his umbrella. And even in case of Harshavardhan, we have seen that it was not only Saurashtra, that is Vallabhi, that time that kingdom was called. Uh, on the western side, Nepal, on the eastern side, he also had very friendly relations with Assam. The ancient name of Assam during the time of Harshavardhan was Kamaru. And also he had very good relation with rulers of Kashmir. The only fight that we can see during his time was with a southern king, the Chalukya king Pulakeshin II. But otherwise, we see that most of this territory was under his command, and the bordering states were in friendly relation. Now, that is one of the strengths of Harshavardhana's administration.
So, what is the impact of Council of Minister in his administration? Because what I know is that administration as a set of rule is being given, transferred to him from already existing system by Guptas. So what new change he has done, and what is the impact of Council of Minister into his administration?
Absolutely relevant question. If we try to see it from the tradition of ancient Indian polity or the political structure, Harshavardhana did not introduce something absolutely new to his administration. But the implementation part, that I think is very important. And that we come to know from many comments that UN Sangh has made over and again. One interesting thing that I will tell you, as you are asking about the ministers and the officials, that UN Sangh says that since all of them, they are so duty bound, they are so non-corrupt, absolutely genuine person, and because of that, the administration of justice also becomes very easy, because there are less number of crimes. Why people will become criminals if whatever they need and that has been provided for? In fact, the highest principle that Harshavardhan is supposed to have followed is the welfare of the people, and that welfare of the people is ensured by a lot of welfare activities which were undertaken with the help of all these ministers and his officials, and that has been recorded very well. How did he do it? Like construction of roads. Now today in India we know that many of our segments are lamenting because they do not have good communication by road. And way back 1300 years ago, there was a ruler who was so much concerned about the construction and maintenance of the roads. And then imagine a period when people were not traveling by the automized or fuel driven vehicles. They were going in bullock carts or sometimes on the backs of the animals, sometimes walking along with the animals in the caravans. So they needed resting places. the places where they can get some shade, they can get water, they can get some shelter. And Harshavardhana is supposed to have created such rest houses on the roads. So it is not just the construction of the roads, but it is also caring for the people who are traveling on that road. Now, this is something which is absolutely essential for a king who understands the needs of the people. So I think many other welfare activities we can see by way of giving donations, by way of constructing temples and monasteries. By and by, we'll talk more about it.
Yes, so actually I have read somewhere that he's a very duty bound king, and he used to forget even sleeping and taking food when he's conducting his duties. And apart of this, I said so. I was so amused to read somewhere that whenever he used to visit any place, there used to be very pump and show drums were always. Ahead of his arrival, so that people should know that Harshvardhan is coming to meet them, and then people have the liberty to meet their king, which is, I think, is very democratic, isn't it?
More than democratic, because that was the times when people had not thought of something like a democracy, but certainly it is the one-to-one connection with the king, and that was very important. And once again, I'll highlight that point, that in ancient times communication network was not as fast as it is today. So for somebody to reach up to the capital city of Kannauj and then go and meet his king or her king may not be so easy. But if the king comes to their region, they get a first-hand look of the king. They get a chance to talk to him person to person, tell him about their problems, maybe if they are there, or even whatever satisfaction that they feel with his rule, they can communicate it. And in return, then they will feel nice about it. That here is a king. I cannot go to the king, but the king has come to me to meet
Yeah.
me.
Yes,
Now, that kind of very personal touch
yes.
towards his subjects is something absolutely unique and very important.
Yes, I think, and that gives a lot of trust. That creates a lot of trust among the subject. The king is so humble and he's ready to help them out. Apart of this, I think he has also maintained an efficient bureaucracy, and where the bureaucracy has to get direct orders from the king. So that is, I think, it's one of the plus point in his administration. So,
Yeah, and this we know more because of the distribution of the state's expenditure items. If we see what are the items or heads under which the state was spending, and it is said that mainly it was spending under four heads, and one of the heads was for the payments of all these officials. So if the officers and the people who serve the king, if they are paid on time and sufficient amount, they will have no reason to be corrupt. I think this is something which is very novel. This is something which is very ideal, because if the king is spending 1/4 of his treasury for giving the remuneration to the people who work for the state, that is something which the uh, king is showing his responsibility towards administration. And I think that is wonderful.
yeah, so when we talk about administration, I think we should also talk about the revenue system. And I have read somewhere that Harshvardhan was charging very light revenue from the subject, rather, and making everything happy, every person in this kingdom happy. So people were generally happy, and there was a proper taxation. But it is very less compared to other empires which we have studied. What do you say about this?
Yeah, generally in ancient times, 1/6 of the produce, and the mainstay of the economy was obviously agriculture. So the state's income was also coming mainly from agriculture, and 1/6 of the produce. And we don't have any recorded evidence to say that Harshvardhana ever increased taxation. So he must be collecting 1/6 of the produce, which was normal, which was continuously recommended by the texts on ancient Indian polity, and that was the revenue that he was collecting. In addition to that, I also would like to mention here that there are some religious institutions where the taxes were exempted. Now that is very important because those institutions then can sustain and they can be free from that burden of giving even 1/6 of the tax to the state. So this is very important. Secondly, we do not have much evidence to say that there was any crime of not paying the taxes and then the such criminals were treated harshly. We don't have any such evidence. And one more thing I would like to add here, which is very unique, that any crime of supposedly any act of a person going against the state, not being faithful to the state, was not punished corporally. The person was not punished by cutting off his limbs or hanging till death, nothing of that kind. It was only the imprisonment. Now, that kind of a confidence a king, if he has in his subjects, definitely he can make such provisions. And then, as I said, that we don't have any evidence of saying that people were not paying taxes, so they were treated as criminals. We just don't see that. So, unless the taxation was comfortable for the people to bear, such crimes were not there. So, that is an indirect evidence for that.
So as you discussed that there was not a severe punishment, but there was a penal code, there was a code of conduct when it comes to practicing and serving the king. So let me listen about what kind of code of conduct was there prevalent during the Harshvardhan time.
Mainly, as I said, that we get less references about what kind of crimes were there, but but we do get references about the criminal system or the judiciary system. There were light punishments, very less corporal punishments, imprisonment was there, and on occasions the prisoners were also released as an act of benevolence on the part of the king. Secondly, there is some gray area about which the historians are also not very clear, that there are certain divine interventions sought in the justice administration. Say, for example, if a person, judge is unable to decide whether the person is guilty or not, then the person will be tied to a rock or a stone boulder and thrown into the water. If the person still floats, then the person is considered to be non-guilty. Or many such practices were there, and we do get reference to it. But exactly how it was administered, in which cases, how many times such divine intervention was invoked, those details we do not get. But the courts were there, the judges were there, the system of justice administration was in its place, the crimes have been described, and the punishments have been very well defined. So I'm sure that the justice administration must have been quite prompt.
I think I would like to conclude that Harshvardhan was a beautiful.
Just one more thing I wanted to add.
Yes, please.
Can I?
Yes.
This is regarding the interstate relations. I think in today's times, when we can see that our neighbors are and India is having some kind of a little tension with our neighbors, like may it be on the side of Pakistan, may it be on the side of Nepal, may it be on the side of China. But if we see that what Harshvardhan was doing, that all the contemporary rulers, he maintained a very friendly relation. So, for example, sometimes he used the traditional way of establishing friendly relation by having a marital alliance. So, he gave his daughter in marriage to the king of Vallabhi. And Vallabhi being a western side, today's Gujarat side, how it is very important for the state because the important trade that was going on from the western sea. So, having a very strong ally, a friendly ruler there is very good for Harshvardhan, obviously, because that will give a good, smooth push to the trade, overseas trade. Or from the Nepal side. or as I yesterday have also explained, and today I am saying it from the Chinese side. So this is something which is very interesting to note, that how he maintained very good relations. But at the same time, this is not the kind of friendship extended by a weaker king towards the other kings who might cause some harm. No, Harshavardhana's friendship and benevolence was strongly backed by a very huge army, like 6 lakhs soldiers he had. And he had elephants, he had cavalry. We don't get much reference to chariots in his army. And secondly, he had lot of feudatories also to fill in his army as and when summoned. So it was not that he was keeping friendly relations with his neighbors because he was not in a position to fight with them. He was very much in a position to have wars, but he did not. And it was only once that we can see he takes a very strong position against the king of Assam. And that too, it's a very interesting episode that Yuan's son was with Bhaskar Varman, who was the king of Assam, that time Kamaru. And Harshavardhan was inviting UN Singh to his kingdom. And Bhaskar Varman was saying, no, 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 I'll not send him. I want him to be in my kingdom for a longer time. And that is the time when Harshavardhan kind of threatened him that better you send him, otherwise you will face the consequences. But other than that, and after that also he's having friendly relations with Assam. So I think this is something which, as you initially said, that what is there from ancient times that we can learn today, we can take as a message from the past. And I think this is a strong message that we can take from Harshvardhan, that be strong, be powerful, but that power and strength is not for scaring others, it is for having a very healthy interstate relations. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think what I can summarize is that he is an efficient ruler with direct supervision and a dutiful emperor. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Binda Paranjpe, today, and really learn few things like you discussed about the Assam incident. It was so good. So in next episode, we'll be discussing the whole army what under Harshvardhan in next episode. So till then,
Maybe.
it is so wonderful to talk to you. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Yeah.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to another little version of our little insight with tomorrow's leaders. And today we've got Chandrasen, who is going to give us a nice wave. Give us a wave, Chandrasen. Nice big wave and a smile. There we go. Fantastic. And a big smile. Yeah, we're going to get a smile going through. And what today we're going to be talking about is robotics. So, Chandrasen, this is over to you. What is it about robotics that you get excited about?
I get excited by fixing the parts of the robot.
By fixing it, so manufacturing it. And do you
Yeah.
follow a plan, or do you create your own plan?
I follow the plan.
You follow the plan. Well, that's a message for everybody. And when you follow the plan, does it always work?
Not every time.
Okay, not every time. So when it does work, how do you feel?
Very nice.
Very nice. Okay. Jolly good. Well, come on then. Tell me about robotics. What have you built recently?
I'll just build a robot named the Wheelbot.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Legal Matters. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss about the legal matters which concerns everyone. And the case which is on mind of every citizen of India, 1.4 billion people, is the Arnab Goswami case, and that has a wider effect, the judgment of Arnab Goswami, because it affects the liberty. And to discuss further, let me invite our expert from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me, using such kind words. Yes, we are going to discuss a very important matter regarding personal liberty and the judgment of Supreme Court yesterday delivered in Arnab Goswami matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
So Jeet is, for a brief introduction, because we have regular viewers, Jeet is a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he would like to basically give his opinion on this particular case. Uh, I don't want to repeat the case because I think everybody knows, even the kid, as we say in India, that even a kid knows about this incident where the Arnab Goswami was arrested by armed policemen carrying AK-47 and whatnot, and even the riot police by almost like 60 to 70 people, cops went to arrest him, a single man, and then he was kept in jail for a couple of days. So, without wasting my layman language, let me ask this question from our expert, Jeet. What really transpired in this case, and how this affects the liberty of every citizen of India?
Yes, Chandrakant. Personal liberty certainly is one of the basic tenets of our constitutional freedoms granted by our forefathers while drafting the Constitution. And as you are aware, 26th November was the Constitution Day, and we all celebrated this Constitution Day, the enactment of this wonderful document. It is a living document and gives rights, freedoms, liberties to all the citizens of this country, and certainly is one of the most respected documents around the world. Uh, Personal liberty absolutely is one of the most important facets, because without liberty, man's life is of no use. Because only under liberty can an individual grow and reach his optimum level. And therefore, if liberty is denied, then his entire life and everything which is important and dear to him is denied and deprived. So without liberty, there is in fact no life. And Supreme Court, in its yesterday's judgment, has certainly uh, given that liberty to the person who was taken by police and detained for around 7 days, and has delivered a landmark judgment which has a far-reaching effect. And we are going to discuss that, and what the highlights of that judgment, if I may just point out. The Supreme Court says regarding human liberty and the role of the courts is that the human liberty is a precious constitutional value. It is also the duty of the court that criminal law does not become a weapon for selective harassment of citizens. The doors of the court cannot be closed to a citizen who is able to establish that there is some malafide, or he is being harassed by the state and its machinery. Uh, it also says that in jail and under the police stations, human dignity has no protectors, and therefore the role of the court becomes extremely important. That may be the district court, high court, and also the Supreme Court. And the purpose for giving out this judgment, the Supreme Court mentions, is that, in its own words, and I quote that we have done so in order to reiterate principles which must govern countless other faces whose voices should not go unheard. As you are aware, Arnab Goswami certainly is a resourceful person and has all the legal team ready by his side. but not every individual has such resources that they can approach to the topmost court saying that my liberty is denied. And therefore, this judgment laying down the principle, in fact, it reiterates all the principles of several other judgments which have been laid down till now by the Supreme Court, and says that this is the duty of the court to uphold personal liberty. And therefore, this judgment is extremely important with respect to personal liberty. I would also be talking about the facts and how all these, how this transpired, and why the Supreme Court has granted bail to Arnab Goswami. And it is, in fact, it is a very rare case because Supreme Court usually does not interfere when matters are pending before the High Court, and when a bail application is also filed by Arnab Goswami before the district or the appropriate forum in trial. But what happened and why the Supreme Court interfered, I would just like to point out the facts. Is that on 4th of November 2020, in the morning at around 7:45 a.m., as you said, 60-70 police and armed uh, people reached his residence, and he was arrested in connection with an FIR which was registered in the year 2018, which was under section 306, which is abatement to suicide. And what had transpired therein, and at that point in time, is that on 2016 December, one of the companies of Arnab Goswami, that is AGR Outliers Media, had awarded a contract for civil and interior works to another company called Concord Design Private Limited, which was substantially owned by one Anvay Nayak, who is deceased, who later on committed suicide. And on 5th of May 2018, that is after completing the entire work of interior design, his allegation was that he was not paid some amount which was due to his company by three agencies which had deployed him to carry out this interior work, wherein one of the companies AGR Outliers of Mr. Arnab Goswami, who had not paid him 83 lakhs. On 5th of May, fed up because of the problems which created on due to non-payment and because of the pressure that he was in, he and his mother committed suicide in Alibag in their farmhouse. And because of which an FIR was registered, he had also written a suicide note wherein he had named these three people, namely Arnab Goswami, another Firoz Sheikh, who had not paid him 4 crores, and third, Mr. Nitesh Sarda of Smartworks, who had not paid him an amount of rupees 55 lakh. And due to this, he mentioned in the suicide note that he is compelled to commit suicide. So, pursuant to this FIR registered, investigation was carried out. The investigating team reached Arnab's office and also asked for all the documents which were provided by his company, wherein it came out that the company had paid the Anvay Nayak company an amount of rupees 5 crores 75 lakhs, but his claim of 80 lakhs was not settled. Substantial amount was already paid, but some amount was not paid, but that was a commercial dispute. And because of a commercial dispute, you have a remedy under law, which is you can file civil case for recovery, or you can also avail all legal remedies that are available under law. But the option of taking your own life and committing suicide is not available to anyone. And it was not such a compelling reason to take your own life because you were under pressure. And even if you've taken your life, that would not mean that that constitutes an offense against someone who has not paid you some amount. So ultimately the investigation officer reached to the conclusion that though uh, the person has taken his life, but this does not constitute an offense, and therefore he filed an A summary report before the Chief Judicial Magistrate, which means that events are true but crime is undetected. That was the report and opinion of the investigating officer after carrying out the investigation, and he submitted this report on 16th of April 2019, which came to be accepted by the court. The matter was put to rest. Subsequent to that report, the company of Arnab Goswami also wrote and communicated to the victim's wife, the Anvay Nayak's wife, saying that we want to settle this dispute and we are ready to pay you 39 lakh rupees, provided you give us an indemnity against future claims, so that you will not claim in future or you will not initiate any other action. We are ready to pay you 39 lakhs. But which the deceased wife did not accept, and matter rested there. But thereafter, what happened is a series of events in 2020, as you are aware, that on 16th of April 2020, there was a broadcast by Republic TV for an incident that took place in Palgad of lynching of two sadhus in presence of police and some forest guard personnel. And there was a huge uproar created, and the Arnab Goswami had put his opinions clear cut in the news and media, which were not suitable or were not liked by the Maharashtra government. And therefore, an FIR and several cases in different states were registered against Arnab Goswami and his TV channel, which again led to litigations which reached till the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court quashed all other FIRs except one, which was to be investigated. Thereafter, on 9th of September 2022, employees of Republic TV were arrested for some house trespass by the state government. Shiv Cable Sena, which is also a part of Shiv Sena, they issued a letter to all cable operators across Maharashtra saying that you ban the telecast of Republic TV because they were obviously not liking what was being the opinions of Arnab Goswami as it was against the state government. Again, on 16th of September, a show cause notice was issued to Arnab Goswami for breach of privilege of the Legislative Assembly, again which he approached the Supreme Court. Then on 6th of October 2020, there were FIR which was registered at Kandivali police station in relation to TRP case. Kindly see the dates are flowing as if there's some person who is trying to conspire to frame one person, that is Arnab Goswami. This is what has been mentioned in the judgment of the Supreme Court. Also on 15th of October 2020, local crime investigation branch, Raigad, communicated to CJM that we are going to further investigate with respect to the FIR under 306, which was registered by Anvay Nayak's wife. It is after 2.5 years of the commission of the suicide by Anvay Nayak. And after 1.5 years of closure report, which came to be accepted, suddenly out of grave, they rise and they say we want to further investigate. Now, there's no basis for further investigation, neither there is any reason for further investigation except that they want to target one person. On 4th of pursuant to this further investigation on 1510, on 4th of November, Arnab is arrested from his residence at 7:45 a.m. He is not issued any notice or he is not called upon to give any answer as which is required under the law. And he is arrested without any substantial reason. And he's sent to judicial custody by the magistrate on production on the next date by the police. In pursuance to his illegal arrest, he files a petition before the Bombay High Court for the issuance of writ of habeas corpus and also for quashing of this further investigation and for releasing him on bail. The High Court hears the matter for 3 days, and ultimately on 9th of November, it says that he has an alternative remedy to approach the concerned court for regular bail, and therefore they are ready to hear his quashing petition, but they were not inclined to release him on bail. In pursuance to that order, the High Court gave him liberty to file regular bail before the concerned district court, and which was to be decided by the district court in 4 days. But the High Court did not grant him bail. So against which he challenged that decision before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court heard the matter on 11th of November and released him on bail, saying that exceptional circumstances are made out which warrant us to grant personal liberty to Arnab Goswami and he should be released on bail. And yesterday, the reasons and why it has interfered were released by the Supreme Court. And this is what the Supreme Court says, that this amounts to uh, this amounts to a targeting of an individual because of his opinions on his news channel. And the High Court has failed to decide even prima facie that whether any offense of abatement of suicide was made, or it appeared that there was an offense of abatement of suicide, because that was the first thing what the High Court had to do. And if it felt that there was no offense made out in the FIR, then the High Court should have exercised its power and granted bail to the accused person, and his liberty should not have been denied or deprived in this manner. And therefore, the Supreme Court passed some scathing remarks that High Court abdicated and failed to carry out its duty. Did not uphold the personal liberty of the person, and therefore the Supreme Court intervened and reminded all the courts of the country by quoting Lord Denning, is a famous jurist and a judge of England court, and quoting him, they said, and I quote Lord Denning, that whenever one of the judges takes seat, there is one application which, by long tradition, has priority over all others. The council has but to say, "My lord, I have an application which concerns the liberty of the subject," and forthwith the judge will put all other matters aside and hear it. That is what the long tradition has been in England and also in India. That whenever any matter concerning liberty is there, it is only to be said that this concerns liberty, and the court has to take that matter and leave all other matters aside. So all other matters can wait. Liberty matters regarding liberty of an individual has top priority, and that has to be taken up. And this is what the Supreme Court has asked all other courts, the district court, high court, to, to take this seriously and decide all bail applications or matters pertaining to liberty urgently, expeditiously, and decide it in accordance with. These are the salient features of this judgment, and I congratulate the Supreme Court for delivering such a wonderful judgment, upholding the personal liberty of citizens and also reminding all other courts to do the same. Certainly, it's a very, very important judgment.
Jeet, thank you very much for summarizing the entire incident and very elaborately building the ground for this discussion. As a layman, I would feel that I'm talking about a layman who's informed or who's following this news, but may not know the nuances related to legal matters. So, as a layman, the first thing that comes to mind is the suicide of the contractor itself, Mr. Nayak, because it looks like that the mother was also dead before he died, and she died in the ground floor room, and he was found hanging in the first floor room. So I think the police has to first investigate whether suicide or not. What are the circumstances of these two deaths? Whether it is murder or it's a suicide, or the mother was murdered first because she was sitting on a sofa dead, strangulated. So no human can strangulate himself by sitting on the sofa. So I think that is the first thing that they need to investigate. And after hearing you, I have only one expression, which is thank God our liberty is saved by Supreme Court. Because if it happens to such a popular person like Arnab Goswami, it can happen to everyone in India. So I think the matter which requires a discussion is, I think this is very well made out now, that there was a duress against this person, this individual called Arnab Goswami and his business. And it was very systematically done. It almost appeared to a layman as if a mafia is at work. Because
Right.
one side you're taking him out from the picture, putting him in jail, and second side he's not getting bail, his liberty is curtailed, and the third is his colleagues are being harassed. In fact, one of his colleagues is still in the jail for last 20 days for some trivial issue. So if this continues in a country like India, which has a constitution based on liberty and equality, I think this is very serious matter. What do you have to say about this, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. You have discussed some very important issues. Certainly, this amounts to state access, and it is not just in this case, but yesterday another landmark judgment is also delivered in Kangna Ranaut's matter, wherein her residence was demolished by the corporation, and wherein the High Court has also held that this was malice at the state's hand. And this certainly is extremely serious issues because state is targeting people and those who are not having the same opinion as it does as the state has. This amounts to state access. It amounts to an autocratic government being run, and therefore the Supreme Court and the High Courts have to come down heavily and arrest, um, uphold the liberty and personal privacy of individuals. Otherwise, the state is going to curtail and make every attempt And as you said that in Arnab Goswami's case, there was a series of events, which led to the Supreme Court believe that he was being targeted. So absolutely serious. And also with regards to what you mentioned in Anvay Nayak's case, that his mother was found first dead, and on the first he was found strangulated. So, but he also wrote a suicide note wherein he mentioned this, and Anvay's wife recognized that suicide note and also recognized his signature and his handwriting. So, therefore, the murder angle, the investigating officer has to decide whether there is some angle found out or not. But possibly it doesn't appear because the investigation that was carried out ultimately led to the only conclusion that it was a suicide and there was no murder. So the only thing is whether it was an abatement to suicide, an offense which was committed by Arnab Goswami and those two other entities who did not pay the amount to the company of the deceased. This was the issue which the High Court had to decide, and the High Court failed to decide that whether the offense under 306 was because for abatement to suicide certainly is an the serious offense wherein imprisonment is up to 10 years. But there has to be a direct or indirect incitement to the commission of suicide by the deceased. So there has to be some incitement, direct or indirect. There has to be some active role of the accused in instigating or making the person do that act of committing suicide. For example, if there is an employer, there's a driver who is continuously harassed by his employer saying, "I will not pay you this amount," or "I will not." But such harassment will not constitute an offense if he ultimately commits suicide and says that my employer was harassing me. But suppose a wife is continuously harassed by husband and in-laws for a long period of time, and the harassment is of such a nature that would drive a woman to commit suicide, of the cruelties of such a nature, continuous events, and also if there are illegal demands, and if the wife ultimately commits suicide, then certainly then such instances can be said to be an abatement of suicide because there is instigation, there is cruelty, there is direct incitement that leads to a person to commit suicide. But any other trivial harassment, and if somebody takes his own life, then that would also mean that there is the pressure which the person could not take, and suicide itself means self taking his own life. So that means he has taken a decision to end his life because he doesn't see any other hope, and he has failed. This issue should be taken up as a mental health issue rather than as an offense. If incitement and active instigation is there of a serious nature, continuous, and for a long period of time, then only it can be constituted as an offense of abatement to suicide. Otherwise, every person committing suicide cannot name and blame others because they could not handle the pressure that was. So this is a mental health serious issue which should be considered in that line rather than considering it as an offense. And this is a serious issue because, as you are aware, India today there are around 6 to 7 million people committing suicide every year. Certainly, mental health is a serious concern. But apart from that, in this case, in Arnab Goswami's case, the Supreme Court prima facie holds that the allegations leveled did not constitute an offense under 306, and it cannot be said that Arnab Goswami abated the suicide of Anvay Nayak.
Thank you very much for explaining this in detail because I think that is the nub of the whole incident which triggered this arrest. And you also mentioned Kangana. I think we will talk separately because I think that is even a larger subject. But as a layman, I just have one comment on that one is right from the childhood, I've seen that if you erect a illegal house in India, um, especially coming from Delhi, there used to be a lot of people, refugees coming from Bangladesh, setting up their villages near the Yamuna River, and they were called Juggi. And gradually they became Juggi Jopri Colony. And in short, it was called JJ Colony. It looks very stylish.
Right, correct.
JJ Colony. I am sure none of the governments in the past, right from 80s, 90s, and so on, they had even demolished one illegal construction like that. And it looked like a very, very aggressive stand by the Maharashtra BMC,
where they gave a notice and within 1 hour they demolished the entire Bangalore or office of Kanna. I think that is the reality, and I think every citizen in India understands that it is happening under duress. But we will discuss that separately, Jeet.
Absolutely. But I would also like to say with regards to Juggi Jopris also, we can have a discussion. Because if Juggi Jopris are standing today, that is also because of the intervention of the constitutional courts like the High Court and the Supreme. They have recognized that the right to have a roof is a right to have a life. Because without roof, there is no life. And therefore, the right to shelter is a part to right to life and liberty, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. And the state should endeavor to grant and to at least attempt that right every individual has of having a decent living atmosphere. Therefore, Supreme Court has in a several landmark decisions laid down this important right to be a fundamental right to shelter.
So now, coming back to Arnab Goswami's case, you see, when we deal with a government servant, whether you are in a police or administration or any other government service, you actually give an oath that you will work for the country, and it's a written. And if you're a gazetted officer, you are under oath on a gazette which is owned by President of India. So usually, what I've seen is the government officers don't do anything illegal. I mean, if they want to do something illegal, they will not. They will circumvent in such a way that the things are not on their head. Somebody else will get caught in the end because they have complete knowledge because they are all government officers. In this case, it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, that people took it on themselves to go against Goswami and taking all the risk, and in certain cases violating the law also. So, do you think my understanding is correct, or it's just my feeling?
It appears to be targeting, and that therefore it appears to be state excess, exceeding its limits and powers, and targeting someone. So, in a way, you are absolutely right that this amounts to targeting somebody, and it is a state excess. It is abuse of the powers granted on.
So that brings to my last question, Jeet. Since people have taken the law in their own hand, is there a sort of a punishment?
If there's an abuse of the process, then certainly departmental actions can be taken against erring officers. But that is again for the government to decide that what they are, to what extent they want to do that. But certainly, if any officer exceeds its power and jurisdiction, then that would call for departmental procedure.
Okay, so I think this is a discussion about what ramification Arnav Goswami has. I'm sure he has good advice available. I'm sure he has. He's a very resourceful person, and I'm sure he will take his next action. We will come to know if we follow his case. We will come to know about it. Any last word you have on this date before we close our session today?
I think the Supreme Court is absolutely a savior and has come down heavily and has upheld the liberty of individuals and its citizens. I think we must congratulate the role played by the Supreme Court and reminding all other courts of its duty and how it must preserve and protect the liberty of its citizens.
So thank you very much for finding time for today's session, Jeet. And we really appreciate your advice, and thanks for clearing it up for the viewers of our show. And we will catch up next week, maybe discuss about some other legal matters.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure, Chandra.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I am Chandrakant.
Today's discussion is going to be very, very interesting. It's about senior executives validating, cross-checking their corporate health as well as their mental health situation with a well-known global guru. And this has to be done while maintaining a bit of secrecy. So how this whole process works is the matter of discussion today. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway in our show. Stick around to this very interesting show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in today's discussion, we want to basically touch upon the very important subject about therapy for senior executives. And to discuss this particular important subject, I have a very special guest in the studios. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you? Just enjoyed your lunch?
Of course, Mike, all is well. This wretched virus has also started reducing a little bit in India. And we have just started the great Indian summer. The temperature is almost touching 40. So we're enjoying the heat.
Right. Yeah, very nice. So you don't need to cook on an oven. You can just cook on the bonnet of your car now.
All we have to do is just step out of the house.
There you go.
So I think the subject is quite interesting, and that is the related to the mental health of the senior executives, and how we all can be therapeutic to our own lifestyle, and how we can improve our mental health attitude towards others. So over to you, Mike. What do you want to say on this subject?
Yeah, well, not just mental health, mental and corporate health. I've been running this session for executives, board members. I tend to do it one-on-one because it's quite a, I also call it the executive therapist chair. It's sort of taking a couple of hours out to take stock. And I think quite often we can get so intent on our concerns in the business that we actually forget to sort out the wood from the trees, as we say. So take stock of where we're at. What are the key things we need to be focusing on? Are we focusing on the right things, etc., etc.? So for me, and I found I've had very good responses to this. And the nice thing is you can do it over the virtual meetings as well. It's obviously very good to do it in face-to-face, but it can also be done online. So we can do this around the world, and it's always been received well. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that people have said various kind things about it, and it hits the right spot.
Very interesting, Mike. So can you tell us how does this work? It requires a booking of some time with you, or is it a repetitive process where you have to keep visiting and talking to you for half an hour, maybe once a week or twice a week? How does this work?
Well, basically, there's an initial session. If it's a one-man founder executive, I recommend, obviously we have an ongoing ongoing dialogue, but we start with a 2 to 2.5 hour session. If it's a board of directors, I do them individually because I call it anonymized brainstorming. It takes the politics out of the situation. We talk about the key drivers, priorities, and what they feel is going well, what they feel is not going well, some situational analysis, what sort of things are sort of keeping them awake at night from a corporate perspective. What are the things that they wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh my goodness, I'm not happy about that. So we talk about all those sort of things. The idea being we then come through this sort of what I call the triple I process, which is ideation, thinking of ideas, incubation, and implementation. After the session with each of the individuals, if it's a team, you've got a number of key ideas and thoughts and options, and then we bring it together for a group feedback session if it's a board, and all the responses are anonymized, so nobody can tell who said what. But for example, if there's 4 people and 3 of them are thinking these are the major things that are keeping us sleepless, or these are the best options, then those are thrown back into the mix and sort of helps to sanity check review the tactical, operational, and strategic priorities. And then what we can do is, say, 3 months later, have another either review session one-on-one. Instead of maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, it would just be an hour to review where we were at from last time, hone it. So yes, it basically is booked. It's a book session as a per head fee. And like I say, it can be done face-to-face or remotely. Remotely is more efficient on all sorts of ways. Obviously, it's much as it would be nice to travel to India. It's not possible to do that at the moment, but the session can be run remotely with a quarterly update review. It becomes very much a therapist chair type environment, because once you start talking, you start to get interested and involved in what the person's thinking, what they're doing. You then want to become, get better involved with it. Come to think of it, Chandra, I should do it with you.
I think I can offer myself as a guinea pig to you in one of these sessions, and we can probably record it to demonstrate to people how it works. But I have a very
no. I wouldn't record it. I think it's very much. I wouldn't record it. No, because I think the information that comes out of there is what we call Chatham House rules. So you can say whatever you want in there. It doesn't go anywhere else. I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was my question, in fact. So you clarified. Thanks for clarifying it. And I have another question, which is related to how people start opening up. I think that is the biggest challenge we face today, that people don't open up. So what is your technique of making sure that these senior executives who are well-traveled, well-educated, how you make them open their mind and be frank with you?
Well, I think, apart from my natural charm, you mean? And my modesty. No. Well, the way it starts, of course, the best way is always to start by sort of giving a little bit of personal information, disclosing, like I tell them where I'm living or what I do and blah, blah, blah. A little bit about me to show the human side. And ask them the same thing. So immediately there's more of a personal interaction. But then, of course, the best way to get anybody to do anything is to let them talk about themselves. So, because we're gearing this towards a business angle, it's not a personal therapist chair, so it's a corporate therapist chair, executive chair. So get them to talk about the situational factors, their business, what they do, where they do it, how they do it. What was their vision, what's their mission. Get them to talk about that, and then they start talking. Because people like to talk about themselves.
Well, that's true, but many times people just do a lot of chit-chatting, but they don't talk anything which is of any sense, and because of that, they may not get the value. So I think it's very important for people to be very frank with you, so that you can offer them a clear and concise solution. I think that is a challenge, and I'm sure you are having a lot of practice making sure that people open up with you, and it's a closed door environment. Tell me something, Mike. Do you also do this in a group? Like, unknown people, not a board, but people from different companies coming together and talking is like a therapy session?
Well, what we can do, and what I have done, is have the same sort of approach, but talk around a particular subject. So, maybe it would be implementation of IoT in manufacturing. And we can have people to go through a session with a similar structure, but talking about the challenges of that particular environment. And the idea being, again, to ideate, incubate, and implement around that particular focused subject. So that's another way that it can be done on a group basis with lots of different companies. Maybe it's, horizon gazers, maybe it's product specific. You can also do it within a division. So it could be a subsidiary or a particular line of business. It doesn't have to be just the executives or the board. It could be a divisional team. It could be a global team. It could be a product team. You can work it in various ways, and it is, it's a structure that I've put together after years of sort of living this and having the bruises from working in corporate life, to say, well, how, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is find a good way forward. And some subjects are too sensitive to deal with face-to-face, and we need to do it in a confidential way. So, you can do it in any way, but it's a bit like a brainstorming situation, in the sense that you can throw a subject on the table. But I think if you're looking particularly around a team, say in a division, you've got to be very careful of the politics, because one particular member of the team may have it in somebody else, or the politics can play too much of a part in the discussion. So even with if it was a subject, throw the subject on the table, use the structure that I've got to actually go through the subject, that's fine. But I think if it's a division, if it's a team, I still believe it's better to do the one-on-one sessions and then bring it back with a collective review of what has been said. And like I say, if you've got a team of 5 people and 3 people in the room have said this thing, even though it might have been not the leader's chosen strategy, it might be worth reviewing and considering it as a good idea for the future.
Fantastic. So that brings me to the last question, which is how people reach out to you. Is there a web services based appointment system, or they just call you? How does it work?
No, they can reach out to me via my usual email address, via yourselves, via Scale Up Arena. If you go on to scaleuparena.com, you will find and type in executive therapist chair or strategic sanity check review, or even my name, then you'll get the strategic sanity check review come up. There's a contact us button on there. Complete the contact us, and I will hot tail it across to you and sort out your challenge, work with you to optimize your opportunities.
Excellent, Mike. I think this is one side of your offerings I came to know today, and it was very pleasing to hear the methodology and kind of work, which is very, very important and more relevant in today's environment. So I think people who are listening can reach out to us, Akulmach, or they can directly reach out to Mike, or they can go to scaleuparena.com and reach out to Mike through that route. So
and what I will say as well, Chandra, is if somebody comes through and says that they've come via Akulmach, I will give a 20% discount on the pricing.
Excellent. So I think this is an offer which if you're using Akulmach as a reference point, you will get 20% discount. So people who want to leverage this particular offer, they can. And Mike, it was lovely talking to you today. It was my pleasure, and probably we can have a session sometime this week or next week. But
Yep.
I'll catch up on our shows at the same time on the same
Yep.
subject.
We'll schedule a 90-minute, and I'll go through it with you. We'll do an executive therapist chair for you, Chandra. And I'll see those furrow brow release afterwards.
Sure. Look forward to it, Mike.
Pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Hey guys, what's up? I am Chandrakant and this is Akulmach Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Neville Gunn. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. Even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Neville. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard-coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard-coded within me. And I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realized what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because, in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody that you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Naval, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year, because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you, but like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now, where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile, which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying because you're in your brain. There's someone going boring. Oh, get to the point. Yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling. And the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans, and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally giving a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, you know? I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay? But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked on to that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask. Because in presentations, we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. it could be total junk, you don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt, it is unconscious, things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you, right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you, and they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on, because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me, how are you? And I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine, or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neville. Any last comments on this?
You're right, it's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to, the first thing is be aware. So if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid. Okay, no one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. Especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice. Okay. So that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit. And then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you practice one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona. Okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, you know, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and welcome to Grit and Valor. And today we have very distinguished guest with us. She's a veteran from Air Force. Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi Bali. So without further ado, let me welcome her to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you so much for such a nice, warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this today.
Absolutely. In fact, we would like to know about certain things which we have been hearing in the press. You know, something to do with the working condition of the women soldiers in our armed forces. And you have been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time, and I think you are the best person to discuss on this subject. And we have also seen recently there was a movie which covered that. Obviously, you know, that was all false, and Supreme Court of India struck that down. But anyway, I think what is the training schedule for women cadet? Is it different from men? What is your opinion?
Well, Chandrakant, I think I will start with, just very, very briefly talking about from where we all began. So if we look at the history of the women in defense services, in 1888, the role of the women in the Indian Army began with the Indian Military Nursing Service. which was formed during the British rule. And we have some very, very notable names around from that time. In one of the recent series, also, a lot of people would have seen very, very strong women warriors like Noor Inayat Khan, Kalyani Sen. And then obviously we've also seen the famous women regiment under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army called the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, one of its kind regiment during the World War II. And the Indian Armed Forces, they began inducting women officers in 1992. And look at where we have come, breaking all the societal barriers. In this present day, we have fighter pilots. Women have flown into combat zones. They will be inducted as sailors. And we are a very strong group of women in the Indian armed services. And from 1992 to 2021, it has been a long way. So would we say it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a lot of work had been done by the pioneers, the early batches of the women in the Indian Air Force. So like you mentioned, there's been a recent movie. Without mentioning the name of the movie and the person who's been mentioned in the movie, a lot of respect for the senior lady officer. But of course, around that time, the Indian services were adjusting to the fact that women will be inducted into the defense services. It was very new concepts for them. And now we've come a long way. That's the reason we have the 3 women officers into the fighter streams. So the life in Indian Air Force, when we started off with our trainings, there hasn't been any bias for lady officers. It was exactly the same physical regime. We passed the same physical fitness tests. We passed the same examinations. We went through exactly the similar service selection boards. So the entry to the training, to our specialized training post our commissioning, they all have been exactly the same. So I really don't understand from where the question comes that, what is the difference between the men and women? Because these services, I think, they're the pioneers when you talk about who don't create that sort of bias of caste, color, creed, sex, gender. It's never been around. So nobody really asks, can you do this task or will you not be able to do this task because you are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? No, exactly not. It's a mission. If you are, so, the Indian Army logo, do you have it in you? Does it say, do you have it in you if you are a man or if you are a woman? No, it doesn't. So it just asks, do you have it in you? So if you have it in you, you just prove yourself. So that's what defense services is all about.
I think it's a great answer, and I think you have conveyed the message loud and clear for our viewers. But there are 2 sides of viewers we have. One is called civilian, other is called the forces. So when you talk about all these things, certain section of society would know exactly where you're coming from. But then there are people who are in the civilian, especially in the civilian side, who have never seen, who have no exposure to the defense, how it is done. I think there will be a lot of confusion with regard to specifically sending their girl child for army training. I think it is required to change the perception. What is your message for those kind of people where equal opportunities are given in the defense services for men and women, and how they can leverage it?
So if you look at this present, so let me give a very common example, which I give these days. So what has COVID taught us? It's taught us to be adaptable and survive in a situation which has been put in front of us. This adaptability and the survivability is part of a training in defense services. Don't you think these are the most important skills which even the girls of the today, they need to learn? I think everybody, why just girls? I generally don't mention male and female separately, again, because of the backgrounds that I come from. But this sort of independence that the defense services have, put inside us, the confidence that they've built in all of us. I can tell you, I am from a middle class family. My parents were in the services. And we were just like any other girls in the household, helping even our mothers in kitchens. But there weren't any biases or, differences which were kept from the girls and the sons. So we still grew up thinking that, okay, these are the things that the bhaias do and these are the things that the girls do. So when I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In fact, the physical and the psychological strength that women have is far more than, I'm so sorry, but it's more than what men do. And that has been proven in, the last few, if you've read the news, the women are just breaking records of all kinds when it comes to displaying physical and psychological strength. So I think for all the girls, not just independence, the confidence, a financial independence, and a lot of pride, which you yourself feel when you adorn that beautiful uniform. It can be olive green, it can be blue, it can be the white. But the moment you wear that uniform and you give that big salute to somebody, the pride with which your heart swells, I think there's no other profession in this world. I'm so sorry. I think, again, I'm very partial about it. But I think there isn't any other profession which gives you that sort of self-satisfaction that, this is like, it cannot get better than this. So I think, this is the profession for the girls of today and the girls of tomorrow.
Absolutely. In fact, when you talk about the psychological strength that women has inherently, or as the genetic code, describes it, we got an opportunity to cover the Triveni success last year.
Yes, awesome session.
Right. And this was, it can get as grueling as ever. You're middle of the ocean, 5 women, 5 soldiers from the Indian Defense Services, all by themselves circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it. It was a great feat. Now, coming back to the moot question, when you were undergoing the academy training, what kind of training would you like to share? What I've heard from my friends is that, you have to drop down and give me 30, it's like that. Is it similar for you also?
Trust me, Chandrakant, it's not 30. It's definitely in 3 figures. It's sometimes 100 and more. So 30 is like a lassi day for us. But yes, the trainings are quite intensive. So they do understand, the services do understand that everybody is not coming from a very athletic background. So the defense services, they prepare you for what is going to come to you in near future. So it's not like you need to be a outstanding sports person or a gymnast or a body weight, you need to do a lot of exercises before you join the defense services. The defense services really understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you. So the first year of our training includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts early in the morning. So mornings generally start at around, sometimes it starts at 3. So normally I'll just not scare people. It starts at 4. So it starts with us getting absolutely fit and ready in our whites. We call them whites, and we get ready for a morning PT. So after a PT, which is approximately a run of around 1.5 to 2 kilometers, we get back to our exercises, which includes a lot of push-ups, a lot of jumps, and a lot of rolling, and everything in academy. We are taught that, you have to earn it. So we earn our breakfast, we earn our lunch, and we earn our dinners. We also earn our bookouts. So the earning session is wherein the entire course just gets together and they say, okay, so our bookout today, which means we'll go out in the city today, we can negotiate at, approximately like 500 push-ups from the entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups all in high josh that, these 500 push-ups are going to take us out to the city and we are going to have some nice food today in Hyderabad. So again, it also builds on your strength, but it also builds in a lot of camaraderie amongst your fellow, cadets. So we all have, again, a common cause, which is, taught inside us from a very simple thing, like, just a book out. So we all just believe, yeah, that's a common cause. We all need to go out. What do we need to do that? We all need to give 500 push-ups. So let's all do that. So there have been times when, we've gone in for cross countries, which we have regularly. And again, I've not been a very athletic person. And trust me, I just had one of my fellow cadets hand behind my back. He just put his palm behind my back, and I would just continue to run. Again, if you think, what would that palm on the back of, me would have done in helping me to run? Actually, nothing. But what it did to me psychologically was, Manvi, just keep on running. I'm behind you. So it didn't matter who comes first. What mattered was, all of us just do this together. So, the physical fitness was part of all these qualities and these traits which were built into us. So it wasn't like today we'll just get up and we'll, start doing A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. It used to be a lot of small activities through which the cause spirit used to develop, through which we would understand, how to stand for each other. So there used to be exercise wherein they just used to teach us, can you carry your friend behind your back? He's hurt. Can you carry him? And people would. I think about it, that how could a girl with a frail figure like me would be carrying one of my postmates behind my back? But we did. And sometimes I just wonder, what did they do to us? So it's all in the mind. That's what they taught us. Physical fitness is an aspect of you being strong, but it starts with your mind believing that you can achieve and you can do it. So that's what the physical regime is in the defense services.
I think you have put it very nicely. In fact, it's 90% the mental ability and 10% physical. And that is what the discipline of the defense teaches you. I think all soldiers go through that. And it's basically, you have to be fit all the time. And if you're not fit, you will not be able to carry out your operations. So going to the operations side of it, today in the mechanized warfare, you use billions of dollars of equipment. You may be having $1 million in your both hands. What kind of training you go through, and is there any difference between men and women training when it comes to equipment and all of these gadgets which are being used today? We would like to know more from you about this.
So after this first year of training at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad, we all moved to our technical training. So I've been a technical officer with the Indian Air Force. So then we moved for 6 months. The another 1 year, we moved to the Air Force Technical College in Bangalore, Dundigal. And that's where we do our technical training there. After that training, there's a 6 months tetra, which is a specialized training for all of us, which is a training imparted to officers based on what equipment has been allotted to them. So I've been a communications officer. So I was the first batch who was learning, and we were put through a tetra for learning all these new age radars, which were being inducted into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force was also going through the process of having the Air Force network. So we all were being trained on these things. Again, there hasn't been any difference in men and the female. We all been together from day one, and we were also together during our specialized trainings. Yes, there has been a lot of effort which has gone through in having women go through specialized training on the fighter aircraft streams from the technical side too. But again, we've been very successful in breaking those barriers. The women, you also have the first women being in the Mirage fleet, the first woman in the Isles, the first women in the Sukhois. So it took us some time, but then the enviable force that the women officers of today are, we proved our worth and we did get it. So no cribs at all.
Absolutely. So I think the defense services treat every individual equally and equal opportunities are
Yes.
given. I think that is very clear. Uh, Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously, men are chosen for doing that because there are inherent risk involved. However, now we are seeing women also in India who are now getting inducted in the frontline combat, and Israel has been having the women officers and soldiers for a very long time. Uh, do you see any challenge in that area if you are in combat, frontline combat? Do you see any big challenge for women soldiers?
Absolutely not, Chandrakant. If you see even the United States, the number of women officers that they have been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen how women have performed, especially during their conflicts, uh, it's just rose manifold. So the issues, what issues? So that's my question. We've gone through the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all. In fact, they'll be great. History has proven that.
Yes, I think as far as my opinion goes on this subject is that India has been always having women soldiers, always. And I think the whole paradigm shift happened after the British started coming to India, and they didn't have women soldiers in their own army. But if you look at our history, Indian history, I mean, we have a lot of examples of women fighting and also carrying out strategic decisions which are required in the battlefield. You have any last words to convey for our viewers?
Just continuing with what you just said, womb which can give birth to a child, and arms which can give a lot of love to a child and a family. In case it really requires, our history has taught us that it can also pick up arms and fight. So the women are an enviable force, and the companies, the corporates, the defense services, they have realized that it's just beyond anybody to imagine a life without women in all these services. So it's a great future for all of us. Looking forward to a great, great, great future for all the young girls who will be willing to join the defense services in near future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was a great pleasure learning about these things from you. And shall I call you Officer Manvi? I think that is a better way to call you instead of saying Miss Manvi, because you are a officer of the army, and once you are a squadron leader, you're always a squadron leader. So it was a great pleasure talking to you. We will catch up in the next episode very soon with something even more interesting.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, we are in full swing of our Top Brass Sortie Awards, and a lot of people are making their videos and submitting on the platform. And we are also pleased to have started the sponsored subject. And here I would like to share the sponsored subject just for the benefit of all the viewers. So one of the sponsors is Single Point Solution Company, very specialized in producing electric vehicles, and they are the pioneer in in India, and also providing a lot of consulting services and solutions to overseas clients. They have given us these subjects, as you can see on the screen, various aspects of electric vehicle, and you can choose one or more than one subject. And today, friends, we are very pleased and honored to have the CEO of Single Point Solution with us, who will be giving us more information on how to make a video on one of the subject. So, Mr. Satya Madala, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, CK. Good afternoon, all viewers. So, thank you very much for introducing me, CK. Let us talk about topic.
So the topic is EV charge solution for today, and a lot of people are very interested in making the videos and also intrigued, because this is a subject which not you don't hear about it every day. So it will be great if you can just talk about the EV charge solution. What are the salient features, so that people know exactly what research they have to do on the subject.
Okay. Okay, got it. So, CK, just I wanted to highlight a point. Actually, EV charging solutions, in EV charging solutions, there is many topics available with our website, and actually, the people who are participating in this topic, actually, we wanted to give you more tips regarding the technology, regarding the hardware, regarding the usage, and user-based applications, wherein actually people can come and see more information in Single Point Solutions website, which is singlepointsol.com, and they can go and search for some more content in smartevsolutions.com also, wherein actually there is a many content available, much content available in net also. So wherein they can come up with their topic, their video on the content. At the same time, I wanted to assist them if they are stuck with any place or anything. Actually, they require more information. Just they can contact, and they can make some video on EV charging solutions. So, do you want to ask any topic or what, CK?
So if you can tell what are the salient features, what are different components of a EV charge solution, not in too much detail. For example, if there is some plug required, some cable required, some analytics, etc. So those kind of things, if you can tell, it will give good inputs for the contestants.
Got it. So when it comes to hardware, actually, they need to search for types of chargers, and they need to search for types of charging stations. That is one part at the hardware side, and the second part is actually the server. Actually, there is a much content is available on OCPP server, which is a open control protocol, where they can go and search for the OCPP server information, wherein actually again they can go and search for mobile application content, wherein actually people can develop application on a mobile on a OCPP server. So actually, people, any contest, they can take a small topic regarding a charging station, or regarding a OCPP server, or regarding a mobile application, how to use the mobile application. So they can choose a topic, and they can come up with their own content, research content. So this is a very brief about EV charging stations.
So this is an EV charging station. Some tips have been given by Mr. Satya Madala. I'm sure, and I'm also hopeful that people will follow the web links that were mentioned by Satya today. That will help them do a lot of research on this subject and come out with a very classy video. So we look forward to seeing the videos from contestants, and Satya is always available to provide more information. But on this segment, Satya, we will again bring you back with the other subject that you had given us, and we will discuss tips about those in a few days.
Sure, CK. Just I wanted to see more videos from the contest. So I'm glad to invite them to know the technology. And at any point of time, just they can contact and they can write mail to us. So if they require more assistance and more information.
Thank you very much, Satya. So we will catch up again next time. Until then, have a nice day.
Look forward to see you. Thank you.
Bye.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live Morning Brew. My name is Chandrakant, and I would like to bring some interesting facts about today and yesterday in terms of what we've heard in the media. And going forward, I think the first information that I want to share with you is about the new gadget which has been launched, which is going to be launched, I beg your pardon, very soon in next 1 week in India, and that is the Nokia phone. And this Nokia phone is very special because this is, as you can see from this picture, this is designed for the rugged use, and it is designed for very greasy environment and very rough use. So it has all the specs which are required for that rough usage. This Nokia phone is called Nokia XR20, and this is powered by Snapdragon 480 SoC, and it has 6 GB of RAM, onboard RAM. Now there is a parameter which defines the rough usage of devices. So this mobile has been certified at the standard of IP68 and MIL STD 810H. So this is a very rugged phone. This is going to be, it has all the specs of classified as a rugged phone, and the pricing expected to be around $500, so roughly about 43,000, 45,000 price range is what is expected from this mobile phone. So I think if you are in the field area, and if you are having a job which requires like exploration, and if you're going out and you need a rugged mobile phone to accompany you, this is the one that you should you should look at, and it is going to be launched very soon in next 1 week in India. Coming back to the interesting facts about Aryan Khan arrest, because he was arrested under some charges related to narcotics by NCB, and we all know that his bail has been under discussion for so long. The order has been reserved, and as per the law, I think he can be taken for good. I think drug related matters are very severe, and they don't follow the usual remand strategies. I mean, the jail term can be quite long if you're found with drugs. So I think as a citizen, we should understand, we should not even get into anything to do with drugs. So as you can you know that, and you can appreciate that in spite of being a star kid and very popular one, he has been nabbed and he is put in jail right now. And as per the jail norms, he was kept in quarantine for 5 days, initial 5 days, and now he is brought in to the usual general place where there are up to 500 inmates. And apart from being the son of Shah Rukh Khan, the identity in the jail is under trial. His identity is under trial. However, I think he is still under trial. We are not casting any aspersion. And as per the law, the family members of the under trial can send them some money up to the extent of 4,500 rupees a month. Using this money, they can buy things which are related to their daily use, like toothpaste, toothbrush, biscuits, water, juices, etc. And there is a canteen in the jail, so I think they can buy. And Gauri Khan has sent 4,500 rupees to Aryan Khan, which he is going to use hopefully to buy his water, because I think he's surviving mostly on water and biscuits. So he will probably buy some food items, juices, etc., and so on. So I think this is where it is coming to. And now he has the money also sent by his parents through a money order to the jail authorities. And as per the law, the money can be sent 4,500 rupees only as a money order. Moving on, today is Jayanti of Dr. Abdul Kalam. He is very popular. He is an inspiration to billions of Indians within India or outside India. And so PM Modi actually gave his tributes very early in the morning to the rocket man of India. And we also want to give our tributes, viewers, and you can also join us giving tributes to this such a fine gentleman, Dr. Abdul Kalam. Lastly, there is a disturbing news from our neighborhood, and that is Bangladesh and also in Afghanistan. So I'll come to that. As you know that we have just celebrated Dashera, and before that there was 10 days of celebration of Navratri. And it's one of the biggest festival for Hindus world over. And Bangladesh is not a Muslim country. It is a secular state as per their constitution. So the constitution provides full freedom to all religions and all sects to practice their faith as per Bangladesh legal norms. And their prime minister also assured Hindus of full freedom and full freedom and equal laws a few days back. And this was in a speech, in spite of PM giving the assurance, which is PM of Bangladesh, across the length and breadth of Bangladesh, the Hindu temples were desecrated, destroyed, devotees were beaten across. Many temples have been destroyed in past 10 days. And yesterday, the ISKCON temple has been desecrated, is almost destroyed, and ISKCON devotees are in very critical condition in the hospital. Now, this has been conveyed by ISKCON authority by way of tweet. So we don't know what exactly is going on, because we have to rely on the news when it comes out. Similar incident is happened in Afghanistan, where the Taliban armed soldiers went into Gurdwara and threatened the Gurdwara Pramanthaks, and at gunpoint. I think this is very disturbing, and something has to be done about this. So this is something that happened yesterday and up till today morning, and I thought I'll share with you. Friends, you engage with me by sending your messages, and I will reply to each and every message of you. I will catch you tomorrow in the next Morning Brew. Until then, goodbye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we'll be discussing about a city, Liverpool, its culture and heritage. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we'll be discussing about one wonderful city, and that is Liverpool. To discuss about this wonderful city, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has traveled to Liverpool, and he's the best person to tell us about the history, the heritage, and the achievement of Liverpool when we talk about the World Heritage. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey, Kanchan, this is wonderful talking to you. And I remembering Liverpool, I remember the great British city, Liverpool, today. And I want to share my experiences with you. How have you been?
I am wonderful and I'm eager to hear about Liverpool. And I am planning to go there maybe after when the good times come after COVID. This is the first traveling. The Liverpool will be in the first list of my traveling.
Well, that's very interesting to know, Kanchan. I used to stay 26 miles, or yeah, 16 miles outside Liverpool, a small, scanty, and sleeping town called Warrington. And I used to travel most of my weekends to Liverpool. And I have very fond memories of the city, fond memories of the remembering the historical presence of Liverpool in 1800s and later 1880 when the city got its first official tag of a city. But Liverpool was a bustling Atlantic shore place of the British mainland, and it is connected via the Mersey River and the Irish Sea. And it is a wonderful place to be. And I would like to discuss talk about certain places which have remained with me ever since.
That's great. And the Liverpool was actually announced as a city by King John by maybe 1207. And since then, this city is developing. So I would like to know what is the history of this wonderful city?
Well, to start in the modern times, where it is located in the Irish Sea, connected with the Mersey River, in 1800s, early 1800s, this was the place which was known for the colonial slavery times of early British times. In fact, there is an international slavery museum also there. And that's where we had certain big traders' names who were on the slavery trade. It was also called the Atlantic slavery trade, where the Africans were put onto the ships and sent to the American mainland. Later on, this city became a big trade city, not just for the slavery, but also for bringing around traffic, trade, people, culture, food, and whatnot. And a lot of literature, poetry, music, architecture of this city starts showing up after 1850. And I would like to talk about a couple of them, namely Albert Dock, Liverpool Cathedral, and the topmost and known all over the world is the Beatles Story Museum, about those four great musicians. And that's where I want to remember my journey with Liverpool all the time. And maybe when you go, I will join you, Kanchan.
Sure, you are welcome, and I am looking forward for the good times to come. And it became a port, and it remained a very very progressive city till 1851. So I would like to know the place which you like most during your stay at Liverpool.
Well, Kanchan, I was mostly attracted for the, out of all these places, the museums, especially the Beatles, because Beatle always has been very popular in India. Growing up in India in late 70s and 80s, Beatles was a staple music in our homes, in our friends' places, and the parties, of course. So the Beatles Story Museum is something which is one of its kind of a museum in Liverpool. It tells the story of the four lads from the Liverpool who went on to become the most successful bands in the world from their small beginnings. And all over the Liverpool city, you can hear the hums and the twists and the foot tapping music of the Beatles in the taverns, in the restaurants, in the malls, in the sideways, in the street walks. This city is full of music, and Beatles were the ambassadors. Beatles had a great connection with India also, Kanchan. They had traveled to India in the 60s, 68, I believe, 1968, where they had all four or five of them had come to India. And so that is something, the Beatles Museum, Story Museum, I would like to go. In fact, that is the only few of the songs of Beatles are the only English songs that I can sing very naturally. Other English songs, I am a connoisseur on those. Then comes the Albert Dock Kanchan. It is one of the most aesthetically pleasing attractions. It is a World Heritage Site of that waterfront, and it is also a collection of several grade one listed buildings in the country. And most of the, a number of Liverpool's popular attractions can be found in the Albert Dock. So, I have a very vivid memories of walking around Albert Dock and going to Beatles Story Museum. I never mind, paying around £4 of ticket by the from Warrington to Liverpool, and many Saturdays, many weekends, I have traveled and I have been to Liverpool, and I always was wondering. And when I heard about the Titanic's start point, the registry point was Liverpool, it adds to the aura of that city, right?
Yeah, it is a place of innovation, invention, as you know, and it is also a place, or I can say a site of first airport, which was built in Britain. So I really feel that this city is quite vibrant, and I also feel that the ethnicity of the city is, I think, cosmopolitan, because every part of people from traveling from different countries, you will find at Liverpool. So tell me some any intelligent and any interesting incident about Liverpool.
Well, Kanchan, two things that stand out in my journey to the Liverpool. One is definitely the music, which starts with Beatles. The other is about the literature. The third is about the museums, especially the Maritime Museum, the Marine Museums. And I remember going to the Beatles Museum and watching everything in awe about seeing how four guys in the 15 years old, 16-year-old guys, they went on to become the big musicians that we have known, the first star rock band. But you know what? The best part was finding out a very, very special souvenir that I want to show is the Beatles tie that I could get, which features all the four of them here: John Lennon, George Harrison, Ringo Starr, Paul McCartney, and their lives and this is a prized possession of mine, and whenever I have put it on for a party, and it just takes me back to the Liverpool. And apart from that, Kanchan, I also want to share that in several of the Indian restaurants, I could hear the old stories of the connection between Indian ports and the Liverpool ports, because a lot of textile trade, indigo trade, spices trade during the British times were basically taken through the Liverpool port, Liverpool side. And I mean, I have wonderful memories of Warrington, wonderful memories of Liverpool. And the one that I also want to mention here, and we might cover someday, is Manchester.
Yes, so I would like to ask you any advice or anything which you want to tell our future visitors to Liverpool, how they should plan their trip to Liverpool.
Well, today's life, Kanchan, is mostly about the popular attractions. And I think one of the most popular attraction is the football. And Liverpool FC Football Club, Everton Football Club. That you can feel the football frenzy, the football frenzy in the air. And that is so stark different from the music world, which is so soothing music of the Beatles and the other musicians. So I think youngsters, youth, football fans, they should start with the Liverpool FC, the stadiums where they play, and then people should try to visit the historical past, and not 500 years old, but maybe 1,000 years old history is too far. But from 1800 years, the International Slavery Museum shows wealth, 18th century wealth that came from the British slavers transporting Africans across the Atlantic. And while you stand at the Albert Dock and look at the Atlantic Ocean, you just feel that somewhere in between there was one Titanic. But beyond that, there were the east coast of America, which is not so far enough. And but the icy waters of Atlantic, they are a real challenge.
Every city is attached one with one story. If we think about Paris, then we also think about Paris the Prince. We also think about Helen of Troy. Likewise, if we think about Delhi, we think about Mughals, the attachment, the stories, the building, the architecture. And we think about Marathas and conquest. How you would summarize Liverpool in one sentence?
Charles Dickens. the great writer Charles Dickens. I have read stories of Charles Dickens from my childhood days, and he has written some very, very interesting stories. David Copperfield comes to my mind right now, and A Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations. So for me, Liverpool, though it has a very vibrant, wonderful nightlife, for me, any day, Liverpool is going and is spending peaceful walk around the Albert Dock and idling around in the sun and just humming the music and reading Charles Dickens.
Now let's talk about the cuisine of Liverpool. And of course, I also want your advice for the people who are vegetarian. So you have to tell us the vegetarian cuisine and non-vegetarian cuisine where people can go and pull their belly.
Well, Kanchan, it is interesting to note that the staple British food is fish and chips. So all over the Britain, you can find fish and chips as the go-to food. But in Liverpool, there is a very interesting fusion of food available. One, because of it has been a port city, so a lot of fusion, fusion of foods from Indian cuisine to the African cuisine to the British cuisine, and Ireland, Irish cuisine. So and there's a big Chinatown also. So a lot of Chinese food. But again, we know, I mean, Chinese food mixed with British flavors. So from a vegetarian point of view, there are some interesting Indian joints. Opens Liverpool city center is a great place where you can get a nice and varied variety of foods. So food is actually, you can say, it's a taste buds delight. It's very, very interesting, and some flavors are so well mixed. Sometimes you feel that you are not in Britain, you are in a international melting cuisine city.
Now, if somebody is planning a 15-day tour to Liverpool, so how would you like to advise how they should travel within the city, or they should take a tour guide, or they can travel by their own, taking a map and enjoy the sights and stories about Liverpool?
So there are, Kanchan, like any international hotspot, Liverpool has got a lot of opportunities for the city tour, city outskirt tour, hop on, hop off buses. There are limousines. One can do a 4-hour limousine or 5 hours limousine for as I would not say less, but as much as $160 for 4-hour trip in the Liverpool city side. And that particular, it's a kind of a big car which can house almost like 6 people in one shot. But my favorite always has been by foot. I have always enjoyed I have always enjoyed by foot. I reach to the city and then I have taken by foot, because when you do the foot tapping on the road, you are actually getting the feel through the feet and you are getting the sense of the town. And some cartographer had told me this, but I have also enjoyed the hop on and hop off bus. So for a £5 ticket or a £7 ticket a day, unlimited stops, unlimited rides. And one thing not to miss is the ferries on the Merseyside ferry, which takes to some of the very interesting attractions of Liverpool, from the old houses, colonial houses, Gothic structures, and also some of the very modern joints, food joints around the Merseyside ferry ride. So ferry ride is one. I would say hop on, hop off bus is one. but my favorite is by foot. By foot. Liverpool by foot.
Great. Now, I just want a piece of advice from you. Suppose if I am planning a trip to Liverpool, how many days should I plan for Liverpool? What will be the exact timing where I can stay there and have a satisfactory visit to this particular and beautiful city?
Well, if you are traveling to Britain, Liverpool is a must. Liverpool is a must to get the feel, get the fragrance of the great English aristocracy. And I think 3 days, 4 nights is something that you can really enjoy by foot, by hop on, hop off bus, and by doing something very personal of visiting a special museum or trying to participate in some local event. So I think 3 days, 4 nights. But yeah, I have seen tourists coming from London and just staying for 2 nights and 3 days, or sometimes even 1 night and 2 days kind of thing. There are plenty number of buses and trains between London and Liverpool. Only between Warrington and Liverpool there are 70 trains in a day, and the minimum ticket is 3.79 pounds one way, and 16 miles takes just 20 minutes or so to reach from Warrington to Liverpool Lime Street station. That station itself is quite a gothic and quite a interesting architecture it has. But I must say, if you are going there, and since I know you for some time now, you would enjoy a 3 days, a 3 nights, 4 days trip.
Now, let me ask you about the art and culture aspect of Liverpool, because I have read that in Liverpool you will find mosque, you will find cathedral, you will find a place for worship for African people. I don't know about any Hindu temple, but I would like to ask you, what is the art and culture or painting? What is the influence on those aspects of Liverpool art and architecture? It is more inclined to European art, or it's more inclined to African. So that's I want to really understand.
So while I'm not a expert on the world architectures, but moving around Liverpool, I felt it had a great influence of the people or the traders who were touching its port. So one is the very Victorian style buildings in the British Victorian style buildings, but then there are modern architectures as well. I even, I visited one museum where they were showing that at one point of time when the slave trade was in big peak, they were also trying to build some structures which look more familiar to the people coming from other places of the world. So suddenly, once you reach there, whether you see Charles Dickens' house or you see the Cunard building or the Albert Dock, there is something also a triangle, Baltic Triangle. If you see that Baltic Triangle, that is something you will feel that this city has got a great balance of modern versus the medieval kind of architectures. It is sometimes it feels lonely in the city, but the night time, if you take a stroll around, let's say in the evening times, the kind of streets lit up with lights, lamps, and the music and the ambience, and then the breeze from the Atlantic, it makes for a perfect evening. Even single, it makes a perfect evening.
I have also read that Chinese were the very few settler who settled at Liverpool very early, maybe in 18th century. and there's a very good intermingling of culture of Chinese and English or Irish, and we can find that kind of culture in Liverpool. So tell us about Chinatown. You just mentioned a few minutes before.
Yes, Kanchan, thanks that you asked about it. And I have seen Chinatowns across my travels. And suddenly I have now realized that Chinatown is a very nice way of promoting any country's culture. In fact, we should have something like an India town across the world in all the countries. But talking about the Chinatown, it is in the Liverpool city center, and the gate of the Chinatown is basically brought from Shanghai when it was opened, and it dates back to the 19th century. And now it is the most visible. Chinese people are the most visible ethnic minority group in the city, and almost I don't know the numbers, and there are so many Chinese owned supermarkets, restaurants, community groups spread across Liverpool's Chinatown. In fact, there is a Liverpool Chinese gospel church and the Liverpool Chinese Christian Disciples Church, and as I said, the arch located at the gateway of Chinatown. It is also one of the largest of its kind outside China. One full day, if you just take into the hop on, hop off bus, I think it takes you to the West Tower, the Beetham Tower, the Unity Residential, New Hall Place, Metropolitan House, the Plaza, Silk House Court, and the commercial district of Liverpool. And I am sure that you will never for a moment be bored about this.
Well, after listening you, I really feel like going to Liverpool, and I think when the travel will start, the first city I will be visiting Liverpool. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, today and know about the city where you lived, you have worked. So we'll be taking up any other city in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day for bringing up the memories of Liverpool.
Bye, Sitesh.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. There is a link in the description below. So if you want to go in detail, you can actually use that link. So friends, today's topic is very interesting, and it's about the management gurus that we have globally acclaimed. And what happens is that most of these gurus and the management consultants come from the West. They have written numerous books, and we tend to follow their guidelines. And so I thought, is there a method of understanding Indian business? I'll tell you the reason behind my thinking. You see, when these Western gurus, I'm not saying that they are wrong or anything, they are also right, but they are also driven by their holy beliefs. And when I talk about the holy beliefs, it's basically driven by their book, which is Bible. And Bible describes a way of life, and most of the management guru talks about this video talks about the a promised land. The promised land is where, let's say in management parlance, it's the profit. So if you're running a business, the promised land, as described in the belief system, can be equated very easily with the profits. So having made that distinction, let's continue in our journey of understanding. Well, most of the business guru says that you should have certain guidelines, and you should have some sort of process. You should have a vision, mission. So all of this is definitely driven by the the commands, the commandments. So they talk about that if you do these 10 steps, you will be successful businessman. And that is why the current business model that we have has the vision, which translates into mission. Then it becomes your planning, then execution, budgeting, and then conversion. And then in case you're doing some feedback, then there is a post-mortem of what has happened. After you have executed, there will be regulators who will be following up, and they will be checking whether you have done things as per the regulation they have set, and so on and so forth. So everything is all dependent on the process that the management guru has set, maybe 100 years back, maybe 2 years back. I don't know. I'm not making a comment on that. I'm not saying they are wrong or right, but the whole point is they are driven by their belief system, which is coming from their holy book. And that gave me an idea. I thought that I should also think, because Indian civilization is almost like 10,000 years uninterrupted civilization. So is this kind of management lesson has been provided in our faith as well? And it turns out that yes, it has been provided. And in fact, there are different levels of the promised land or profit that you can actually, if you follow these management mantras, you can actually achieve the same result that you actually when you follow a well-known management guru. It is very similar to that. So there are 3 levels, and one of the level is called the heaven, swarg lok. And by the way, friends, we are live right now, and if you have any questions, you can use the chat function, and you can indulge with this discussion. I will display your messages right away as soon as I get it and address those. So the first level is called first promised land, as per Hindu or Indian mythology, is Swarg Lok. And Swarg Lok, what do you get in Swarg Lok? You get the king, who's very powerful, Indra, who rules the Swarg Lok, and he decides all the management, all the aspects of safety, security of Indralok. What else you get in Indralok? Well, you get the blessings of the cow, which will fulfill all your desires, will give you anything. I mean, you go in front of Kamdenu, the cow, and you ask for as if you are a child, and you ask the mother, and Kamdenu will fulfill your need. What else you get in this promised land? You also get a kalpa vriksh, a tree, which will give you the same thing, pretty much the same thing as Kamdenu. It will give you fruits, and it will give you unlimited supply of food, etc. What else you get? You also get money, which basically gives you boon of anything in the world. It's like one of those infinity stones, which will give you whatever you desire. So the Swarglok will fulfill all your desires that you have. It's a promised land. If you start your business in Swarglok, it is destined to be successful. So, what is the rule of Swarglok? It's the rule of the Swarglok which has been set up by Almighty, the King of Heavens, Indra, is that my need matters first. Because the Swarglok always comes under a lot of pressure. Immediately, as soon as you actually start the Swarglok, get into Swarglok, it is always prone to a lot of attacks. There are everybody who are trying to capture this promised land from all sides, and every time something or the other is going wrong. Well, one of the key items in this particular promised land is my need matter first. This is what Indra says. I am the Almighty. You should always respect me. So the one of the levels in this promised land is that my need. So remember this. I will actually come back to this one and summarize the whole learning from this. So let's go to the as I said, this is always under threat, and it is being attacked at all times. So the risks are very, very high here. Even though you have a promised land where everything is available, all resources are given to you as you desire, but there's a risk of being snatched, because my need matters first is the mantra of this promised land. The second promised land is Mount Kailash. Now, this is a mountain. It's a normal thing. I'm just using this as a reference point because nobody knows where Mount Kailash is. It is the humble abode of Lord Shiva and his family. So Lord Shiva lives on Mount Kailash, and Mount Kailash is also a promised land where normal normal living being cannot even think of going in physical form. And this is a home of Shiva and his family, and this is the entire family. Now, this is, if you look at this picture very carefully, I've taken it from the ancient Indian text. Here, there is no need. Actually, if you look at this, in this promised land, there is no desire, there is no need. Why? If you look at the expression of the cow and the lion who are sitting opposite each other, they are not scared of the cow is not scared. There is no predator, there is no prey. Similarly, there are other animals in this picture, like there is a peacock, there is a snake, there is a rat, and nobody is scared of each other. And there is an expression of tranquility on the faces of the entire family. And it appears that there is no, people are not scared of each other in this promised land, and they have achieved everything. And since there is no need itself, they can always be in the position of everlasting peace. That means I don't care about, I don't have any needs. All my needs are fulfilled. There is no need in future, and therefore Lord Shiva is always in this form where he is in a trance and he doesn't have a need. But there is his family. His family may have a need. So the whole point I'm trying to drive is that this is the promised land where you have overcome the desire of your need, but there are needs of other people. Your objective is to fulfill needs of other people. So in this promised land, or this position of prophet, you have outgrown your need, basically. So this brings me to the third promised land, and that is called Vaikunt, which is the place where Lord Vishnu lives. And this is a third area. And if you see this is an area where what you get, he's a celestial being who's living across the universe. He takes care of everyone. And what you get everything in Vaikunt. You get peace, you get happiness, you get prosperity, you get friendship, warmth, goodwill, and harmony. So in this promised land, in this Vaikunt Lok, all your needs are provided. So what Vishnu does, he takes human form, descent on earth, as we have seen in the movie Avatar, and we call it avatar, but in Indian way of saying it's avatar, which is I'm taking your form and I descend on earth to give you things. So the Vishnu basically is a provider. He gives you everything, all your needs. So this is the third promised land, which is defined in Indian mythology. And in this promised land, the mantra is your need matters first. That means I don't have a need, I have overcome my needs, but I am going to I am going to fulfill your requirements. So your needs matter. So now we have got three basic learnings from our holy inscriptions. And let's summarize these. The first learning is, in the promised land, my needs matter first, as per defined in that promised land, in the first that we discussed. In the second promised land, I can outgrow my needs. And the third management lesson is, your need matter first. So in the first one, my need matter first. The second one, I have outgrown, I don't have any needs. Third one, your needs are first, and I'm going to fulfill your needs. So now let's compare this with the today's business environment, and whose needs matter most in the current business context. Is it the shareholder needs? Is it the employees' requirements? Is it vendors, customers? Is it the politicians, government, society, or environment? So whose need matters most? So as a business, you're thinking about all these businesses. So let's understand the management mantra given by the first promised land, which is the Indra Lok or Swarg Lok, and which is my need matter first. And the condition there is that I will look at your needs only if my needs are satisfied first. And second is, after my needs are satisfied, then your needs will be looked after. So this is the management mantra of Swarglok, which has been set up. And if you compare this with our society, 99% professionals are in this space today. The Kailash and Vishnu, which is Vaikuntha Lok, the learning that we get is that I don't have a need, but I want to fulfill your needs. I want to consider your need first, but I don't have a need. So your need first, then if I get something, it is okay. I don't have any desire. So 99% of the professional aspire to be in this space, in this category. So it's a straightaway management mantra that we have. And to summarize, it is basically, your belief system. This is what we learn in our rituals, in our beliefs, in our religion. Most Indians do this. They know about these things. So belief will then shape your behavior, how you behave. If you truly believe in what we have discussed today, it will shape your behavior. And if you want to be, and it's your choice basically, you want to be in Swarglok, that means you're like 99% of the professionals today, where you put your needs first, don't care about customers, don't care about vendors, don't care about anybody. Your need comes first. However, if you change your belief and you want to become like Kailash or Vaikuntha Lok, your company, if you follow those kind of belief, then your behavior will automatically change, and then you start thinking about customer needs comes first. So it will define your business. So whatever your belief is equal to your behavior is equal to your business. So friends, do let me know. I went on this exercise because most of the books which are written by the management gurus are coming from the Western world, and they are definitely driven by their belief system. And India, being one of the oldest surviving civilization, has already have a belief which is also telling the same thing, considering the Indian way of doing business. So in the end, I just want to summarize once again that your belief is equal to your behavior is equal to your business. So I end this video, and before I go, I'd like to say big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their support and their help guide us and help us make such informative and knowledge-based videos. I will end with a message from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?